So what happened last week? I know we don't have official note-taker Ito here to
That's true.
tell everybody what happened, but what
Not
happened
only
last week?
from his perspective.
We went into a lake and we fought a monster.
Basically.
That's a good
Things
one.
happened. We were at a bar. We met Henley. We fought Hydra.
Blah, blah, blah.
False Hydra, not a real Hydra.
Cool came back a little more vampire-y. Holy
Oh,
shit,
hey,
it's
look!
Max. What the fuck?
I think false Hydra's derogatory. I prefer Hydra. I prefer not Hydra that identifies as a Hydra.
You prefer
Hydra alternative?
you prefer Hydra adjacent?
It's a trans Hydra.
Regardless, at
What
the
is
end of the
it
day,
again?
Hate that.
at the end of the day, it was a false Hydra. A creature capable of altering and erasing memories. You did manage to do battle with it, however, and in the end you defeated it on the town of Gasthurz, where with the aid of your an ally named Henley Zweisenkind, someone who's come who Ito and Reed are familiar with at the very least, who they met many a moon ago at this point, and fought alongside in the town of Hogsend, and shortly afterwards, you defeated it. And that's basically it. I mean, that's what happened.
Except
wasn't
Ella
pretty
Cole.
simple.
Elacole is definitely not a vampire.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's definitely not
Alacole's
something else under the lake.
definitely not a vampire.
Yeah.
He didn't definitely
It's great
eat one of the hippogriffs. And he's not walking around clad like a freaking techno-goth and with a black veil.
No, it's brown. It's
Oh,
a brown
Techno-goth.
cloak.
Techno-goth.
Techno-goth. Somebody put on the Thomas the Tank Engine music.
Hell yeah.
I love that video.
That's Elacole's theme music.
No, I dance like the Techno Viking,
Unfortunately,
but with more arms.
the Holy Emperor Adelaide von Richten froze up in the fight.
Worthless.
She knows she's been trained to fight, but she's sure never been in a fight before. Well, that's basically where we ended it. I don't think we expanded beyond the fight itself.
Oh, there was something else deeper in the lake, and I tried to dive down, and you told me not to.
It would be exceedingly unwise to go do it yourself. And like I said, it would also you be swimming underwater for literally days. Because you are not technically close to it.
I didn't know it was that big.
But yeah, no, we kind of just ended it right as the fight finished because it was like 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
We
the
just
lake
gotta find.
itself is massive. It would be.
We just gotta find the toilet flusher.
I mean, days is probably an understatement. You'd be swimming towards the center of the lake. Swimming, you'd probably be just swimming straight towards the center of the lake. It would take days. Then you'd have to dive down.
And then all he's got to do is just unplug it. Let the water drain out.
Yeah.
That's how lakes work, I'm pretty sure.
I think
That's what I learned from cartoons.
we should just get back on the ship and take a long rest on the way.
That's not a bad idea. As I
How
said,
badly did you beat up?
You are able to go back to the ship at the next day, having been suitably rested. Unfortunately, unrewarded for your efforts, as I mean, nobody's gonna reward you to kill a monster they don't remember and don't know was technically there. You know, just the way it is. Do do
Yeah.
do. Some
Alright,
things
the
will
way it
never
is.
change.
We must continue making our way to Feist.
Adelaide almost immediately goes to her room and just shuts the door behind her. As soon as you get back to the ship, the Skyweaver is Nipsy. As M is walking by from the galley, he says, "Ooh, what the hell was wrong with her?"
She froze. didn't do anything.
Oh, poor girl. She's still young, I suppose.
I mean, it's part of the lesson that she needed to learn, so she's upset. I understand.
Wait, are we on the ship or in the inn?
I just fast
I'm
forward you to the
staying on
ship
the ship.
because you can talk outside the ship, you can do it
that-
whatever outside the ship.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That being said, Colin, did Ito tell us what's in the fucking book?
Nope.
No, because
Nope.
he didn't read it.
He didn't read it last time. He's not here this time.
I doubt he has actually read it.
He was acting like he was doing this, and
He's like, I printed it out, I'm gonna read it. He probably printed it out and just tossed it somewhere.
I think Nick's trying to cast a spell.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill Connor telepathically from across
Awesome.
the fucking country.
Alright.
I hope it works.
Headley, you walk back with them to their ship, to where it's just out. Like I said, it's a small town, so it's just outside the town itself. You can see it's an impressive specimen. It is beautifully painted with like pearlescent blue paint with gold accents and very large balloon that has like a small spout that rises up from the top deck and pushes fire up into the balloon to keep it inflated. You can hear the sounds of a couple of animals, the squawks and quaws of a hippogriff and a emu from below deck. You can see the somewhat harsh but fair taskmistress Nipsy Breitbart, as she orders Lysanthier and Yandar to make sure the lines are carefully tied down, double check everything to make sure that the boat itself is secure. Meanwhile, and the whole time, her metal husband Carrington shadows her, walking steadily and steadfastly behind her, obedient till the very end, every now and then throwing in the occasional Nipsy, 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 seeming to only know one word, but Nipsy herself is quite capable of understanding every nuance of it.
Would I ever have been in one of these before?
An airship? No, but I believe you would have met Nipsy. She was at the start of the campaign.
I did, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because she
You've
had like
met
the
Nipsey.
robot husband, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
and the cart
Okay.
that walked around. Now she's upgraded to an airship.
She was our engineer. She designed and made the airship as well as the pilot.
Man, I wish someone would make me a husband.
Did you try asking her? She might be up for it.
No,
Yes.
I don't want that. That's weird.
Nipsey is offended and throws a wrench at you.
Excellent.
Why don't tell her that?
We can like hang him off the side of the ship. As,
But- It is indeed the very same Nipsy Breitbart, as you described. Basically artisan / artificer that had the walking cart and had the metal husband, the very same one, the metal husband Carrington.
Well, I guess I go look around the ship intriguingly.
I mean, you can if you want to. You can turn around and go back to town, but the ship.
Well, everyone else is here, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, then I follow them on. I guess I'm
believe that our
invited. I'm not a
work here-
vampire.
Yet, out cool
What do you
bears his
mean?
proboscis.
what do you
Well, I
mean,
don't-
not a
I'll
vampire?
be at my station.
I don't invite him into my room, so he can't come bite me anyways.
It's true. The ship itself is quite sizable. You can see it's pretty much as accurate as I tried to make it as accurate as possible. There's a couple of large forward-facing cannons that are used to focus spells to extend their range at the front, and towards the back there's two quite sizable ballista. Below deck there is Nipsey sees you boarding the ship and some unaccustomed to you. He says, welcome to the Skyweaver. My name's Nipsy Breitbart.
Hello.
I'm the captain of this rig, this fine specimen.
I think we've met before.
She looks at you and thinks for a while. Where'd we meet?
I was back when we had the cart with the pig.
Lysanther comes up and says, "Yeah, just outside of Hogsend."
Yeah, that place.
All right, I do remember you, kind of. I mean, it was brief, but I mean, you did make quite the impression.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you again. Where have you been?
I was on the Weird Sea, where I fought a crab. And Colin, where'd I fight that lion?
That was just on the, that was basically on the other side of the Grunwald Forest. After you beat the crab, you went basically from the coast of the Weird Sea up the mountains, through the Grunwald Forest, just into the northern coast, where you participated in a tournament called the Memorial Melee, to celebrate the lives and deaths of all the people that live on the northern coast fighting the Raiders of Black Everfrost. It is there that you met Katya Gillespie, the woman that told you more about the hunt. And then after that, you heard about evacuation orders and started quickly making your way through, basically towards the capital, since everybody was heading that direction. As a particularly augmented individual with certain beast aspects, you do travel significantly faster than a lot of people. I got to the other side of the Grunwald Forest, and there was a small town that was dealing with this strange shadow cat that was sort of like a blink dog displacer beast lion thing. And you killed it. And then you continued onwards into the capital, essentially.
I think that blink dog displacer beast lion thing needs a few more animals tied into it.
I get what you're saying.
It was like like an Echo Knight cat. And now whenever he goes into his form of the claws that gives him a bite attack, he gets a big ol' shadowy flowing mane that looks like it's made of like dark shadowy energy.
That's super cool. Well, I explained all that to her because that's a lot.
Shit.
Yes.
I suppose, does she want to introduce me to the new people?
Oh, of course. How rude
Or
of me. You've met Lysanther and Yandar, of course. They were travelers with you. But we do have a
Whip
couple
Paladin and the Metal Dude.
That's right. Yandar learned Fireball. As Yandar just has like spigots that come out of his hand that now shoot like oil that he ignites with sparks.
Yeah, but you know who doesn't have fireball?
That sounds dangerous.
Cody.
Cody doesn't have anything because he's not fucking here.
Dead.
Alright.
If you quit this campaign, you die in real life now.
She shows you down.
If you don't show up for any more sessions, Max also dies.
She shows you down. She shows you a little bit of the top deck, like I said, the focusing cannons and stuff like that. There's a large sundial for reasons, just because I thought it looked cool. It's not useful.
Hell yeah.
But it, well, no, it is useful. It works as it's magically enchanted to always show the correct time.
Perfect.
Why? Because fuck you, that's why. He shows you down below deck, says, Carrington might be the love of my life, but this is my pride and joy, as she shows you the elemental engine that she worked on. This sort of strange glowing mass of gears and crystals that were silently in place. You can feel the crackling magical energy that sort of permeates the room, basically causing the great gout of fire to rise up out of the top deck and fill up the balloon with hot air. She pats it and says, Don't get too close to it though. You wouldn't want to get a hand caught in there or something. She turns around and starts heading back down to the actual like cruise quarters. And she first goes to the door of Madame Vestian, knocks on it. A quite beautiful woman, wearing exotic clothing, pops her head out. She has dangling crystal earrings. Behind her, you can see her room is dominated by a large bed. Almost exclusively, it's a massive bed that has all sorts of cards that are strewn across it, and a couple of crystal balls. Perhaps to your chagrin, she has some old, like, china cups laying around on platters that look like they've all been filled with tea and drank as she's been reading the tea leaves, but instead of getting rid of the cups, she just left them laying around to molder, essentially. But she sticks her head around and she says...
That's got to smell so bad.
She says, "Yes, do you need any of my services? Perhaps a reading? Would you like to have your cards read?"
Yes, please.
"Ah! My name is Madame Vestia." As she sort of...
My name is Henley's Weisenkin.
She smiles broadly. "It's lovely to meet you, Henley's Weisenkin." And she quickly goes to her bed and gathers the cards. And she says, "Perhaps we should do this in the galley."
Okay.
She leads you basically to the galley, which is up here. She's gonna do that with you. Read your tarot. Would anybody else like to do anything?
I want to do some rune crafting on our way.
I'll actually be in the galley making soup with Bruce's cooking tools.
With false Hydra me.
Nice.
Yep, false Hydra soup.
I forgot that I ate
False-
it.
Well,
Fantastic.
I
Can I-
have the understanding that now that Klaus is gone, someone needs to tend to the Hippogriff.
That's true.
Like, sorry. Your
Yeah.
your
Yes, we
brother
do,
your
yeah.
brother is dead and your master abandoned you. You're stuck with us now, Hippogriff, who
How about
doesn't even
some
have a
corn?
name.
No, it doesn't have a name. They were Bella and Thorn. Which one died?
Probably Thorn.
Flip a coin. Decide now.
Yeah, which do you want? Do you want to let fate decide which one died? We'll make
Everything should
Let's
always
do it.
be
we'll
decided
make
by RNG.
we'll make evens. It's Bella, odds it's Thorn. That's an even. Bella lives. So it's Bella. All right. You descend down to the lower deck, and you can see Ito passed out in his own filth. It is in the recently vacated stall. He has a ball gag in his mouth, and you're pretty sure he's
And
drunk.
there it
He's had a hell of a night. Because Connor doesn't want to be here to play, because he wants to see BattleBots. Like I said, there appears to be oil all over the ground and the half-desiccated husk of a wedge robot near him. He lifts up his hands and says, "I'm not here right now." And you would just walk past him. The Hippogriff is a majestic beast. Sleek feathers and cunning, keen eyes and incredibly sharp talons. It looks at you with a surprising intelligence. The intelligence of, I mean, it's not a dumb animal. They're pretty smart. Drop also watches you with the same sort of keen intelligence. As you walk up to the Hippogriff, who sticks his head out, his hooked beak, he doesn't bite you, but he kind of like snaps at your clothes a little bit and pulls at them, like kind of playfully, like an animal that's sort of interested or curious.
Well, I don't know too much about these animals. Reed's never been one with nature.
You can
The
roll.
most he did
You
was
can
the
roll a nature check
Horse
on him, though.
monastery. But
They're not.
fighting, I'm just going to assume maybe he's hungry, and I'm going to see if I can find what do hippogriffs eat? Do they just eat the hay? Is it?
No, that's mostly grops. The hippogriffs themselves eat meat. And there is meat down here, in and amongst the storage. It doesn't have to be particularly fresh meat. They're capable of scavenging less than fresh meat. And so the meat down here is adequate. It doesn't even have to be raw. It can be cooked or cured. They're pretty hardy animals capable of having a varied diet of sort of fruits and vegetables, although they prefer meat.
Alright.
Give it some Hydra.
And yeah, we'll see if we can just find a little bit of raw meat and maybe try to get it into like the other vacant stall so I can clean this one out for.
Alright, you feed it Ito. You feed the bird Ito. And Ito eats them. Eats it. Or it eats Ito, and Ito is
Well,
dead.
there goes the other bird.
But yeah.
Anyway, I'm just doing chores.
Alright. You're able to lure the bird out with promises of food as it happily sort of nibbles the food, grabbing it and tossing it into the air as it flies and falls down his gullet. You know, Bella's she's a peaceful little bird at the end of the day, well trained enough as you're able to lead her to a nearby stall as you kick Ito out and say, "Get in your own bed. This is a bird bed." And he says, "I like battle bots." And he goes back to his quarters. "I like battle bots," he screams as he walks past the galley. Alright, and
Sort the fucking life out, mate.
And you clean up, you do chores. That's good to do. It needs to be done. The stall itself was getting pretty messy. Luckily, it's easy enough to do. There is a door with a ramp down here. You're able to open it and just toss muck and stuff out.
I hope no one's below.
I mean, you're on the ground, so...
Oh, okay. We haven't looked it up yet.
Anybody else doing anything? You're working on rune crafting, Aruna?
Yeah, I'm making one right now, so...
What are you gonna make it? What are you gonna work on?
I'm trying to make a warding against slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. I'm not sure if I'm gonna try to put it on my gauntlet. Would it be feasible to put it on my brace thing that I already have, or is it kind of already, like, magicked out? Because Nipsey made it, I didn't make it.
You can put it on. They're surface level enchants. That's why they, for the most part, they're sort of limited, essentially, to your proficiency modifier that you can have up.
Just making sure I'm doing this right. So it helps, if I understand this right, it helps if I specifically put the type of material it's on, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an iron or steel brace?
You could ask Nipsy all about it.
Oh shit, Nipsey!
Nipsy created it. She knows its exact makeup.
Alright. I will go up to Nipsey. Nipsey, I'm dumb and never asked this before. What is this thing made out of?
Obviously, it's made out of steel. I wouldn't give you something completely run down or brittle like iron.
That's great, actually. Okay. I'm not sure if it'll be handy anytime soon, but...
I can tell you pretty much anything about it. I mean, you don't forget making something like that.
I mean, that's entirely fair. What can we do augment-wise to it? Because I have a basic understanding of runes, but nothing substantial.
Well, I suppose there are ways that it could, first, reasonably be altered. What did you have in mind?
Well, I'm tempting to inscribe on it kind of rune sequence to help protect against, physical attacks more than anything, because I'm not exactly constitutionally strong.
You probably should have gone with the Arcane Shield cantrip instead of the Arcane Blast one.
Yeah, but it was cooler.
Basically, the Arcane Shield one is a cantrip that is basically a shield that gives you +2 armor class instead of +5 as a reaction.
I'm super aware. in retrospect.
I mean, I can change that, I suppose.
Ooh. Okay. Could you show me how you change it, and I can attempt to do my rune crafting at the same time?
Well, I suppose so, although I hate to call any of my creations imperfect.
Oh, it's by no means imperfect. It would just be adding little personal flourishes to it.
Sure, I suppose. We'd probably need access to a blacksmith's. We'll have to heat the metal and things like that.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
The form will have to be altered, unfortunately. Currently it's an array that makes it more suitable to as I said, the arcane blast. The shield one is a little bit bulkier, but still stylish. That's the Nipsy Breitbart guarantee. Excellent. So you can go into town and find a blacksmith that will likely be willing to work with you.
I guess I'll send you a picture of the array thing to see if that's correct.
All right.
But that's me for now.
You can try to retool the gauntlet to change the arcane blast to the arcane shield. All right. Anybody else doing anything? Otherwise, we're going to Henley getting his
Onward to ice.
tarot cards read. Actually,
Ooh, nice. I am gonna go to the bathroom in a minute.
Henley, you sit in the galley, the smell of delicious soup beginning to waft up from the stove as Bruce works steadily away, making false hydra meat soup. Vestia takes out her Taroka card deck and arrays it before her, and as you are, she says, you must understand, the art of Taroka reading can sometimes not be so precise, so I need to know as much about you as you are willing to tell me. The more I know you, the better, and more accurate the reading can be. As the doppelganger works in, says, "Good thinking. The more you know about someone, the better you can know him, right?" As he sort of elbows her and sits down next to her. "Hey, how's it going? What's your name?"
Henley.
Henley. Wow, that's a fanciful and interesting name. Where do you hail from, Henley? As he reaches out his hands. Name's M, of course.
I think it's the Wilderstadt. I think it's what I called it, Colin.
Huh, can't say I've ever been there myself. Is that like a, convent or something? Nah, I'm kidding.
It's a small village up in the, northwest?
It is
Oh, it's been so long.
It is to the north and east in the cold woods, around Vishstadt. Well, probably north of Vishstadt. It's deep into the cold woods. He says, can't say I've ever been there myself. Too cold. But he continues chatting you up. And at the same time, Vestia doesn't interrupt him. She just listens to the answers to your questions as she takes that as if she was asking them. He's a very friendly, perhaps overly so amicable fellow. M is a changeling, and that's his whole shtick, is he's a little bit overly friendly, but he uses that information to get to know people pretty well. She says, I think that is enough. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to get a card drawer to draw your Taroka cards.
What do you need? Right here.
Alright. I'll have to look
Do you want me to draw a random card and...
Standard...
I mean, this time I actually have a set of cards.
I have to, there we go. I need my Curse of Strahd book.
Oh man, I have the Curse of Strahd cards. They're very neat. Oh, I'm gonna go get my mini. I might as well paint it when I'm not doing stuff.
Found it! It had fallen behind my stupid bookcase. Alright. Oh, duh. This card is called the Missionary.
Oh, I'm done.
All
Nice
right.
playing with you guys.
Good. Good.
You draw the Missionary and say, I see a sexy position in your future, Henley. All
What
right.
if it's a curse where that's the only position he can do?
She has you draw 5 cards, and not letting you see them, erase them in a cross-shaped fashion in front of you. One in the middle, obviously, and then one on the top and bottom, and one on the left and she motions to the card that is on the left side of the center card. Says, that is where we begin. Flip it over. Draw a card, Lou. Unless, well, I guess just since you've actually got the cards on you, you might as well.
You don't want me to use like a thing?
You can if you want to.
I'll use a thing.
Alright.
I mean, there's
I
there's probably a deck of cards at your house.
Oh, there is, yeah. Whatever, though.
I mean, there's like an RNG tarot reader thingy on Google.
Yeah, but the Curse of Strahd things works off an actual deck of cards, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got a 5 of clubs.
Right. You flip over the 5 of stars. You can see it portrays what appears to be a powerful
Oh,
wizard.
Colin, I was wrong. It's a 5 of spades. My bad.
Alright. Okay. Let me bring up my notepad so I can keep notes. You flip over the card. The 5 of Swords. You see what appears to be some sort of kind of loosely clad man. He wears what appears to be desert robes, and has 2 curving swords in each hand. It is the Myrmidon. 5 of Swords. Put that down. Swords. She says, she looks at it and narrows her eyes and says, interesting, interesting. The Myrmidon of the deserts. And she motions for you to flip over the card on the top of the center card.
Jack of Spades. Or does that not work?
That works.
Okay.
As I look back of hearts. I'm Queen of Hearts.
Spades.
Queen of Clubs, Jack of Clubs. There we go. It shows what appears to be a hooded man. He wields a massive double-bladed axe, and you can, she says, her face downturned slightly. The Executioner. That is not a good omen. It's an omen of ill and shows of woe and struggle. The next card, as she motions basically for the card on the right side of the center card.
Eight of Clubs.
As she turns and flips it over with a little bit of flair. You can see her face grows slightly even more dour as she flips over the 8 of Stars. You see a man with a wide-brimmed hat, wearing sort of darkened glasses. He has a skull clutched in one hand and what appears to be a chalice that is filled with some sort of strange liquid in the other. And she says, "The Necromancer." I suppose it does make sense. It speaks of your past. Of past trials and past tribulations.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
2 more cards, as she motions for the card on the bottom.
The Ace of Spades.
The only card you need is the Ace of Spades. Alright. Ace of Spades. Alright, she flips it over with a bit of flourish, and she, you can see you're looking at, It's hard to explain. It almost looks like a many-faced beast. It looks like a it's hard to explain. It's like an animal, but it has many different faces that are sticking out. That of a bird, and that of a like a lion. That of what appears to be some sort of aquatic animal or fish. As she says, the behemoth. And then she looks at you and looks back at the card, and she says, that one might be pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, that one feels a little bit on the nose.
Alright, but then she says, one final card, as she motions for the card in the middle.
The Queen of Spades.
She says, what'd you just call me? She flips open the cards. And it is what appears to be a fog that is rolling through a misty wood. Somewhat ethereal and strange. The mists. She leans back and looks at all of the cards before her, and she says, these tidings I wish were not as dire.
What does it say?
I see struggle in the past, uncertainty in the future. The mists shroud future, you see. They shroud the known path, the easy path. It's something that you must travel through, something you must... It's something you must contend with. An obstacle.
So I have to contend with my past and my future?
Well, she's gone over the necromancer. You've seen the behemoth, the strange thing, but she also sort of motions for the myrmidon and says, but you don't walk this path necessarily alone. Allies. The myrmidon, a stalwart friend and defender.
Yeah, but am I the Myrmidon or is someone else the Myrmidon? I'm asking her that.
That is the question, isn't it? The cards only revealed what the cards reveal. As she sort of gathers up the cards. You know it's not as easy as that.
Well, now I have more questions than answers.
Well, that is for you to go out and seek answers to. That is what life is all about, after all. Alas, but could everything be solved by the simple read of the Taroko deck? I myself would likely not be traveling on this airship. I would be, well, quite wealthy. And hopefully my tent would not have been destroyed by a giant star golem.
Sorry about that.
M sort of whistles and says, huh. Giant star golem, huh? Sounds like a hell of a time, right?
Yeah, I met my goddess, so I think it was worth it. I'm still sorry about your tent, though.
If you ever wish to come and partake of my particular abilities, tea readings, tarot readings, crystal ball scouring, you can always come to Madame Vestia. You'll find no finer fortune teller in the business.
Well, now I feel like I need all of those things to explain to explain the other ones.
Well, perhaps in good time. If you stick around, we'll see. Madame Vestia grows tired now. Walking the path of elucidation, guys surrounded by spirits can be vexing and tiring. You understand?
I do.
As she walks away, and goes back to her room as M just kind of sits there after she's gone. I wonder if she's lying or not.
Why would she be lying?
Look, all I know is I've never had anything particularly interesting come out of a deck of cards besides a lucky hand in poker, you know?
Well,
I suppose.
I believe her, and I've seen firsthand what happens. So,
Well, I'll take your word for it. What did you see exactly? As he starts probing you for information, and he's like, come sit down with me and talk about everything about your life. But he seems incredibly interested, and pleasantly so.
I tell him a little bit. Tell him, I forged my weapon with the help of my goddess.
And what goddess is
Out
that?
of some of the
we don't have to go into it. He's just
yeah.
he is
So
he's
give
just
him the
plying
down
you
low.
for information.
I tell him just to come and sit in the map room, and I'll tell you about it.
Yeah.
I've got stuff to do.
You're walking up, he says, "That's before you decided to be a vampire, yeah?"
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know. Do you think your god will desert you now that you're a vampire?
I don't think she'll do it until I'm done.
Oh, well, nice to see a job finished. But you two go in the map room and talk while Nipsy sticks her head and says, "So? She's a little bit weird, but she's nice enough." But Nipsy takes you by the hand and leads you to the rest of the. As she motions towards M and Outcool as they head towards the top deck, she says, "That's M. He's a changeling from a monastery of spies or something. I didn't get the details, honestly, although he asked me a lot about my entire life story, and he seemed really friendly about it, so I guess he's pretty nice."
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
He was telling me this ridiculous story about how he's surprised by how all of the other monks, like monasteries, choose their grand masters. Apparently, he says that the shadow monks, they just pick the guy who has the best story.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's led to some guy named Brand the Broken who's taken over.
Oh God, no! Not the
That's
worst plot.
No.
Why does that sound familiar?
If there's a reason to
I mean-
leave
Oh,
this
Game of Thrones.
I mean,
right now,
Sman the Smokin'.
yeah, sure. God damn it.
The only problem is I don't know if that's true or not, but he sure was nice whenever he was talking about it. But she leads you back down to the decks to finish introducing you to all the people. As she walks by a firmly shut door, she pauses for a moment, doesn't knock on her, says, "That's the Holy Emperor Adelaide von Richten's room. He's being a little bit of a pouty puss ever since, the fight. She didn't really do much or do well in it. I think she just needs some time to pout, and then she'll probably be up and about. She's a little bit entitled, but, we're hoping to break her out of that and show her that, there's more to the world than, sleeping around with your ambassadors and having lavish feasts."
Is that what she did before she came here?
Apparently, she offered to sleep with Ito.
Ew.
Yeah. I mean, I guess when you're that rich, you can just do anyone, but come on, some standards.
You'd think if you were rich, you would be very selective, because you could sleep with whoever you want.
I mean, that's the problem. She slept with everyone.
Everyone?
Pretty much.
Does that include you?
Well, she never offered. I think she's sort of gotten her head on straight over the past little while, but, she had a very decadent and, well, a life
Did she
of...
sleep with the bug person?
No, not as far as I know. Oh well. The more important thing, she has not made a move on Carrington. Because I'll rip her eyes out.
Did she sleep with Reed? I don't think he's ever slept with anybody.
No, Reed's in an exclusive relationship. He's got a promise ring. Young love.
Promise ring.
Say what?
What's a promise ring?
It's a promise that they're gonna meet in his monastery a year from the day they departed from each other. What else did you think a promise ring was? Is that too specific?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Reed does have a ring that has the date inscribed when he's supposed to meet Cora at the monastery. But she taps on one final door and she says, this is Lincoln. He's our resident poison expert. As the door slides open, Lincoln's room is crammed with all sorts of vials. He has, like, his bed. He's a halfling that is clad in, like, a wide-brimmed hat and a high-necked coat. He is basically a pair of eyes sort of staring at you from beneath a hat and above a scarf. He wears very high boots that rise up above his knees, and a long black coat. And he looks at you and says, "What can I do for you, Nipsy? You here for poisons or something a little bit more stiff?" As he says, "A drink, I mean." I was just introducing this guy to all the crew. Henley, this is Lincoln. Lincoln, this is Henley. Lincoln is a poisoner. Apparently he also stole some shit from the ship to pay for all these supplies, which I'm not happy about.
Well, that seems kind of dubious.
It's worth it. I had to, replenish my stores after I stowed away on the boat. And, let's just say I was teaching someone how to use a poisoner's kit with vials of piss and vinegar and water. A little bit of ink every now and then. So now I'm fully arrayed. If you ever need a poison or something along that line, I can help you out. Or if you want to learn how to use a poisoner's kit, I can do that as well.
I can't use poison, it taints the meat.
Well, hey, that's your prerogative. I'd prefer things to be dead fast and taste good after they're dead.
Yep, then you're eating the poison.
I mean, most of the stuff I don't kill, I don't eat, friend.
Alright.
I am not a cannibal, and most of my, trade was done in, unfortunately, killing people. That being said, should you need anything, you're always welcome to come to me. Lincoln can make poisons. He is also very good at going into large cities and finding rumors, although those rumors may be of dubious origin and their veracity is questionable. But they could be true, but he's really good at finding rumors in large cities.
Alright.
And then she shows her, and this is my room, the captain's quarters. She doesn't open the door, but you can see it's got a, instead of wood doors, it's got a pretty heavy iron door. Then she takes you down below deck, and you see Reed is basically got the bottom door open. He's shoveling poop out.
Radical.
This is the stables. Lately, a little bit more empty than it used to be. This is the Hippogriff. Bella doesn't currently have a master right now since Klaus decided to, go do the whole being undead thing.
Hearing about that, Reed just kind
I'm
of
sorry, what?
starts shoveling a little harder.
Oh, it's a complicated story. But Bella sure is sweet, and she pats the Hippogriff on the head as it reaches down over the partition, lowering itself low enough so she's able to scratch it behind the ears. She's really sweet. And this is Grop. He's some sort of large running bird. I'm not exactly sure where Alec Cole got it from, but it's nice enough as well. I would not stand too close to it. It can be a little bit nippy around people that aren't Alec Cole, so.
Do you get along with it since your name is Nipsy?
If only it were that easy.
Grop is kind of a butthole.
But she says, other than that, that's pretty much it. We've got down here's the cargo hold. She shows you back there is a basically a toilet essentially that spews poop and piss out the side of the ship whenever you go to the bathroom. And
That's disgusting.
And she says, for some reason we have a tiger skin rug down here. We're not sure where we got it from, but it really ties the room together. Other than that, that's it. That's the Skyweaver. My home away from home. But I don't have a home anymore, so I guess it's just my home now.
Well, that's sad.
Oh.
Also kind of sweet.
She walks upstairs. Pew. Pew. And the transitions for the decks are here. And it puts you up to here, and then you can walk up to here, and it pulls you up to here. So you can't actually walk up the stairs.
I can also just like drag myself, right?
You can, yes.
Okay.
If for some reason you were ever fighting on the map and needed to move up and down stairs, that's where the transitions are.
Oh, in the center right there. Okay.
Yeah, basically on the tiles that are like sort of like this. Oh, you'd pass over them eventually and find the right ones. But she says, yeah, that's my home away from home, and now that I don't have a home, I guess it is my home. But I was always a little bit of a wanderer, and it's a lot more spacious than my carriage was, that's for damn sure.
I gotta take a shit in Ito's room.
You take a shit on his cot. She nods her head. Good. Mark that territory.
Yes, no, this is mine.
This is mine now. Unfortunately, Ito's in the bed, so you just shit on him. He rolls over, stinking drunk. He says, "BattleBots!" and goes back to sleep.
Oh, he rolls over and smushes it on himself.
Alright. That being said, I think we should lift off as soon as possible. I mean, we've got places to go and people to see. It was nice to see you again, Henley.
Let's see you again, too.
And she sort of looks expecting you for you to like leave the ship. She doesn't know that you're like going to be a crew or anything, or trying to be. So she just kind of, well, we're about to set off.
I think I'm coming with you.
Well, it would have been nice for that to be cleared past me.
Is it not okay? I can get off.
Well, no, it's not saying that or anything. I was just unaware of it.
I thought someone like Ito would have told you.
Ito's been blackout drunk ever since he got here. We don't know why. Too much fish. He said something about fish spit.
That adds up.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry he didn't inform you.
Well, Nipsey, there's something else we have to kill in the middle of the lake, and this fellow seems extremely useful in doing
right.
so.
The blacksmith, too. Well, I guess we can delay for a few hours. Yeah. I guess that works out. If you're planning to join the crew, be with your friends, I suppose you can have a couple hours to settle in. If you've got anything that needs to be moved into the rooms, take your time.
I mean, I got a backpack.
Backpack.
Colin, is there a room for me or no?
The room that the crew stays in is basically y'all are all hanging out in this room essentially. It's sort of partitioned off, but
I thought it was just Ito's room.
No.
No.
It's a nice. It's a nicer room than the crew itself. The
I
crew's room
sleep in
itself.
there. I only sleep 4 hours, so I sleep in the bathroom.
The beds themselves are comfortable. It's partitioned off, but you don't get guest rooms like the guests do. But that's okay because you don't need a lot of room. Who do you want to be?
fair.
Who do you want to be on a bunk bed with?
What are my options?
Ito.
Ito Ito
definitely
gets his
not that.
almost essentially gets his own room because no one wants to room with him.
No, he makes me uncomfortable.
He's always pushing his vinegar wine on people.
He makes my pussy tremble, not in a good way.
Uh-oh. It's not good.
Don't like that.
Alright. Aruna,
Duh.
after Nipsy is done with her tour, she says, so you fought basically during the night. After she's done with the tour, in the it's essentially morning. The light is beginning to crest over the freaking wall, the horizon and shine off the lake, and she says, Blacksmith's bound to be up and working by now.
Would certainly hope so.
There'll be plenty of time to get rest in the air. Come on, let's get this stuff taken care of so we can go to this damn town of Feist.
Oh, did you miss the part where there's something to kill in the middle of the lake and we kind of have to? Never mind.
I mean, that's not my purview. I'm not killing anything. I just pilot the boat.
Oh, I mean, you can just fly it over it, us over it, and we'll take care of it. But don't worry about that.
She sort of shrugs and says, well, that's the plan.
Anyway, blacksmith, let's be on our way.
Alright. She hops off the boat and says, Carrington, you're in charge! The metal robot man says, Nipsy. And as soon as he's gone out of earshot, he turns and says, Alright, listen up, you shits! This is my boat! I run a tight ship. I want everything spick and span.
God, I wish.
He starts beating Lysanthier. Hurry up!
Rude.
He sets the
Oh
whole
my
boat on.
God, Taskmaster.
After it's clean, he sets the boat on fire when Nipsy gets back and says, Look, they didn't do their job. Disappointing.
Well, when Nipsey gets back, he goes, Nipsey!
Nipsy! Nipsy. But no. He stands there, sentry-like. Alright. Aruna, you go with Nipsy, to a small, blacksmith, called, Bill Hooks.
Ooh. Okay.
It looks like he mostly deals in the type of thing you would expect. You know, implements of essentially fishing, you know, fish hooks and nets, like weights for nets and bill hooks and harpoons and all that stuff, but they seem to be made well enough. He is already out working. He appears to be talking to a grizzled old fisherman who's sort of scratching his head, saying, you know, I swear I got the harpoons, but I can't for the life of me think where I've put them. I'll just, I'll see about buying another. Maybe it was a dream, as he buys a harpoon and leaves. The blacksmith himself is a grizzled, burly old human with wild hair and a beard that goes down probably to his waist, although it's tucked neatly beneath a blacksmith's apron. He has almost sort of wild, wide eyes as he turns to you. Unfamiliar faces. As he says, I can't say I've seen the likes of you before. The hell are you? Some sort of purple man and a baby?
Yeah.
Well, it takes all kinds, and we're welcoming in this town. The name's Bill Hook.
So, Bill, we're not...
Were you here to buy a
necessarily-
bill hook? As he winks at you.
That's some salesmanship right there.
Whenever I was given my name, I knew it was my destiny. Of course, I was also from a fishing town and didn't like to fish, so...
Well, I'm sure your bill hooks are fine, and if that's what it takes for us to get done what we need to get done, I'm sure we can arrange getting one. But could we possibly trouble you to use your forge for a little while?
Use my forge? Well,
Yes.
that's a bit of a tall ask, wouldn't you say? You don't just go into barging into people's houses and say, "Can you use my stove?"
You could.
Well, certainly not, but that's where the arrangement part comes in. If you want us to purchase some bill hooks or something like that to compensate, that's also fine.
You do drive a fair bargain. I'll tell you what. If you purchase, let's say, 3 bill hooks and 6 boarding axes, it may be worth my time.
How much total is that?
Let's see. Boarding axes, that'll be... Well, they're not exactly the most impressive weapons, but they're well made. And the bill hooks, there's the time that goes into it. Each one takes several hours. How much money do you have on you?
I'd look at Nipsey. Because I have no money.
Well, the boat does have some discretionary funds.
Well, I mean, it's not entirely necessary.
You could have Lincoln poison him.
It's true.
Right. I mean, we don't necessarily have to do this, Nipsey, but...
Let's see, I guess maybe 30 gold pieces I've got on me.
That's a lot, Nipsey, for forging. I mean, how much... Okay, is it like is it a charcoal, like, burnt forge, Colin?
Basically, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Nipsey, how much does charcoal go for, generally speaking?
I don't know. No, I haven't bought from this area. I always bought in Earthsig or on the Emperor's March. This is in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. It might be a couple copper pieces, or it might be a gold. Hey, how much does charcoal cost? As he looks at her and says, You really are out of your depths, aren't you?
Unfortunately.
Well, I heard you say mention of 30 gold. I'll take, let's see, 7 boarding axes, was it? 5 boarding axes. I forget which number. How many boarding axes do you want?
I think it was, what, 3 bill hooks and a couple boarding axes?
I'd swear it was more than that. But I'll take you at your word. 3 bill hooks and a couple boarding axes. The boarding axes are 3 gold pieces each. Lovely, well made, I assure you. Busy pulls out the boarding axes and hands them over. They're well made, but they're plain, you know.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, and then bill hooks. That'll be 1 gold each. I will do it for 10 gold pieces to make it worth my time. Buy the bill hooks.
I mean, I'll make it up to you, Nipsey. If that means anything.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
it's been a long time since I've been able to work in an actual forge. Might just be nice to get my hands dirty again.
Entirely fair.
But she hands over the 10 gold pieces, and he hands over 3 bill hooks and a couple of boarding axes. Basically, hand axes and spears. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you need a helping hand in that forge? Would you like a stool?
God, is that directed towards me or Nipsey?
Nipsy, she's very short.
Of course. I thought
He
so.
says, it's made for someone my size. You know, someone a little bit taller. You're just a little baby.
That's gotta be offensive.
I mean, slightly.
Meaning no offense, of course. She's 3 feet tall.
Yeah, she is.
Curious.
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 More curious.
She looks, yeah, he says, he shrugs and says, I suddenly have the urge to go watch Tiptoes. Good evening. Enjoy the forge. Please don't use it for too long.
Yeah, no problem.
And he goes to watch the 2003 romantic comedy starring Matthew McConaughey and Kate Beckinsale, Tiptoes.
Great.
Got Peter Dinklage in it, too.
Okay. So while we're doing this, Colin,
Yeah.
can I write down, like, the dimensions of, like, the forge and the anvil and stuff?
Yeah, you can get it
Because-
pretty close.
Ultimately, when we're back in a city that would have it, I would like to fabricate a forge and an anvil with spell work for Nipsey.
Alright.
Because that seems pretty useful to have on the ship.
You can upgrade the ship with a smithy of some sorts.
Okay.
That costs money. But at the same time, you go and begin working on the arcane brace to change it and alter it. The cost itself is relatively cheap, 10 gold pieces for to use this man's forge, but that's where the rolls come into check, because it's not a guaranteed success.
Yep.
I imagine Nipsy's doing the primary role because she has proficient with smith tools and high intelligence as well.
Yeah.
Unless you would like to. I believe you have proficiency with smith tools by now.
Did I get proficiency with the book?
After this amount of time, if you've been working on it, probably.
Okay. Then I shall put that on there, because I do not at the moment. Assisting tool.
Nipsy says, good thing Carrington wasn't here. You would have smacked that guy for calling me baby.
Well, I mean, it's never too late.
Jack
Okay, yes,
Pumpkin Ale.
It's real good. I added Smith's tools.
Alright. But you can, she will aid you, so go ahead and give a roll with advantage.
Okay. Says D20 proficiency intelligence, right?
Yes.
Okay. D20 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's pretty good.
Roll well. You
That's
don't want
not
it,
a
you
good
don't
roll,
want it to
though.
break. Well, you have advantage, so.
Yeah,
You got the help action.
I did.
You also have the portent dice. If you need it.
Oh, that's much better. 26.
Much better. For a second there, you feel like you're not used to working with these arcane brace, and you're mostly better dealt for rune smithing and rune crafting than the actual hard work of blacksmithing. But with Nipsy's careful guiding hand, every now and then she says, "Nope, you're heating that too much. You're bending it the wrong way." With her guiding hand, you're able to shape it into a new form, Your arcane brace now taking on a much bulkier and more kind of defensive look, whereas before it was quite thin and sleek, and it almost looked like it looked like an actual brace that wrapped around your palm, and it had rods that rose up to your elbows and had it where it was lapped around rather close. Now it looks more almost like an iron gauntlet that rises up to about your forearm.
Phenomenal.
It glows faintly with runes, as it is now been retooled to lose the arcane blast power and gain the arcane the actual arcane shield cantrip, which is probably a far more useful spell than just the actual arcane thing, because it's a free +2 armor class, and all you need is to use your reaction, you know?
Ooh.
Not bad. Not bad.
I mean,
she looks at it. And you may have a fair chance at trade with, your skills. Work on it for another couple of years. You'll never be a Nipsy Breitbart, of course, but it's not bad.
Well, I mean, it's kind of, you guided me more so than I did it, but...
Oh, you don't need to
Appreciate it.
downplay your own work. You should take pride in what you do. I know I
hopefully
do.
there'll be many more good things to come.
She sort of nods her head. Didn't even take that long, really. I'll be out of here in no time.
Well, I mean,
she
if
turns.
we still have time, you can do something yourself if you want to have some fun.
Well, maybe just a minute. And she spends a little while longer. She takes the boarding axes and sort of tinkers with them slightly just to enjoy reshaping the metal. But she doesn't have anything in particular in mind that she wants to do. She just enjoys the feeling of working in a forge again, creating something and altering things. Well, she's done with her satisfaction. She says, "That's enough. I think we're able to get out of here." As she pops her head around, she says, Bill Hook, we're done. You can have your forge back." As you hear him laughing uproariously, he says, "Gary Oldman's not even short in real life. He's walking on his knees, you can tell." "Oh, it is the role of a lifetime. You are right, movie trailer. Tiptoes is wonderful."
Is he just staring like a piece of stone, like on the wall, like nothing's there?
There's a picture, an empty picture frame.
Good.
Oh, that Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
She just kind of shakes her head and walks away. Weird guy.
Let's leave very quickly.
She leaves him one more gold on the table. Says, "Thank you." Just turns and walks away. You arrive back at the Skyweaver. It's well past light. Most people have decided to bed down after their long night of fighting false hydras. Henley has been reasonably welcomed by most people. That Adelaide, who has refused to come out of her room, probably asleep, and Ito, who is also refused to come out of his room, probably drunk. Bruce has set up a very large stew that everyone has taken the time to enjoy before retiring, and eventually, having a nice bowl of this soup, you yourself climb into bed as the Skyweaver takes off, finally heading off for the town of Feist. We can switch to the airship music. And get rid of the blacksmith music.
Woo!
My, the skies are friendly this day. The air is chill, unfortunately. Especially as you rise up. Despite the fact that it's obviously within the throes of summer, there's still a chill that remains in the air. As you see you follow along the edge of the deep water lake, keeping it low, just within sight below you, able to, knowing that the town of Feist itself lies on its banks. The town of Feist, home to the Triton, the sea elves that protect the bottom, whatever is hidden down in the depths of the deep water lake. Aboard the trip itself would not be trivial by foot, but aboard the airship it's quite straightforward. There's little in there's little in the terms of things that are going to oppose you at this point. Most of the days are filled with sort of boring, mundane tasks, card games, cleaning, cooking. It's only on the second day that Adelaide emerges from her room, sitting down at a recently prepared iron pot of soup and sort of smoothing her robes over. She takes a crockware bowl, and despite probably being ravenously hungry and thirsty because she has not left her room, she eats calmly and with dignity, slurping it down slowly as she does not say a word to anyone. She just looks a little bit annoyed. Go to my notes. Nice and Alright. Other than that, after that, she's seen more on the deck more often, and she slowly sort of lightens up and begins talking again, letting the incident of her sort of freezing up in a fight and not participating pass by her. She doesn't really speak of the matter. Ito says, I am here to be your advisor and to console you on things and to learn, or so that you can learn about what you need to do to be a great leader, because you have that in you somewhere. But instead, he lays in his bed. It says BattleBots.
Phenomenal.
Eventually, you can, as you look over the vast expanse of the Deepwater Lake, following along its coast, you can see a faint brown speck that seems to float right at the edge of the water and extend onto land. There's a slight glow that comes from the water beneath this brown speck as you get closer and closer and realize it's a series of many adjoined docks that go some, 300 feet out into the water, all interconnected with buildings and boats. All basically a town that floats on the water, and a portion of it floats onto the water and part of it rises up onto land. Buildings that are made of what appear to be simple. They're of simple make. They are made of wood, bone, leather, all save for on the heart, or at the very edge of the docks, there is a massive floating building that looks like it's made of alabaster or something along that. It's huge. It is probably, it's not the size of the palace, obviously, but it's probably about the size of one of the minarets and the surrounding area, the surrounding courtyards around the minarets of the central palace. And it sits there seeming to float. You're not quite sure. It may very well extend down below the surface. But almost immediately, you can see there are blue-tinged humanoids, tritons and sea elves that walk along the docks. And they see you as well as you hear horns, what appear to be like conch shells being blown. As people begin rushing to and fro, you remember that this was a militant group, well trained to basically meet any sort of threat with force.
Great. Shit. Is this where Captain Guy was from in Earthzig, if I recall?
Yes.
I thought so. I don't think I actually met him, so did he give us something to take back home, like
He
a letter?
did. He gave you a letter and and a
Ito?
pauldron.
I feel like Ito had that.
Arwald gave you a pauldron that had the insignia of basically the town on it, which was like a swirly kind of shell thing, and a letter to deliver to the matron Coralia of his brood.
I'll go get that from shit Ito since he's not here.
You remember that? You remember Arwald? You remember Coralia? No.
You remember?
No. I don't, Colin.
I will go get that
I was
from
muted.
Ito, and I will give it to whoever decides to be the negotiator in this situation.
I don't even know these people. Someone who
But yeah, that
does.
was
I mean, I don't know. I didn't even meet the captain. It was just something he gave Ito, and of course, Ito's piss drunk down in the bottom of the ship. I mean, Alikul, you're like a... I don't know. If you're talking, Alikul, I can't hear you because you're muted.
God damn it. I will go with, but I don't know that I'm the best suited to do something like that.
I mean, Nipsy, unless you want to get close enough to yell at them.
This is the guy that died up in the north, right?
Yes,
Arwald.
Earthsig, Arwald.
He asked us to bring his helmet back to his homeland.
His pauldron.
And he has a
Pauldron,
letter.
that's what it was.
Okay.
Alright. Considering that this is dealing with matters of the departed, I will be more than happy to be the one to bring it to them.
Thank you. I will go with, because I did speak with him.
Yep. I will stay here in case shit gets hairy.
Nipsey sort of says, I'm not a negotiator, but I guess I'll keep the boat ready to, scram if we need to scramble out of here. She looks nervously at the arrayed Tritons. They're wearing what appears to be armor that's made of a mixture of like steel and coral, and it glows faintly in places. They're armed with tridents and crossbows, short curving swords. They're not attacking you, but you can see they stand ready to defend the town, eyeing you warily. Nipsey says, I think we'll give it a wide berth and sit down just far outside of town. Yeah.
Does the letter have... Is it addressed to anyone specifically?
It is addressed to Coralia.
Coralia.
Yes, the brood matron of his particular class. Because they are not... They're a military group that are basically raised in military classes for each year.
Okay. Well, then I will get as close as I can to them without them starting to, get very threatening. More threatening. And just call out, I am Reed from the Emerald Mantis Monastery. I'm a follower of Kellenvor and am honored to perform the final rites as asked by, what was his name? Sorry.
Arvald.
Arvald.
You two up front, go ahead and roll a
speak
perception check for me.
Alright. That's an 18.
Good.
25.
I am looking to speak to the one named Coralia.
Alright. They sort of... There's a pause and a silence. about that time, Alec Cool, you notice, out the corner of your eye, it looks like there is a Triton that is casually and sort of unobstructedly, or trying to draw as little attention to himself, strolling into the town, hands in his pockets, looking around every now and then. As he quickly walks in the town, look behind it, it looks like he actually came from the direction of the boat.
From our ship?
Yes. Coralia?
God damn it.
How do you know?
Yes. I do not personally know it. That is just who
Arvold sent us back with this pauldron of his.
Arvold, that traitor, he deserted our town.
Well, he died saving a lot of people.
They take the letter and say, wait right here. We'll see it's delivered. As they disappear. But yes, unfortunately, Alakul, much to your chagrin, it looks like M has taken on the form of a Triton and walked into the town.
I thought so.
Fucking shithead.
Man, did I notice him leave the ship, or is he fucking the stealth king?
His stealth check was a 24.
Lol.
I mean,
Get fucked.
I wasn't looking for him, so like passive, there's no way. On a side note, since we're in a water environment, can I change my familiar?
Sure.
While they're down here doing shit. Cool.
You wait for like a half an hour before an elderly Triton matron walks forward. She supports herself on a beautifully bejeweled sort of trident that looks like it's made of iron, but it's rusted and pitted in places, and yet it still seems imposing in and of itself. It still looks like it could easily kill somebody, despite the fact that it is sort of looks like it's rusted and pitted.
I don't know. I'd rather be stabbed with a clean sword than her.
That's probably true. She bears these beautiful sort of sea blue robes with silver and black accents, and the same circular seashell design as Arvold wore on his pauldron. Despite this, she has a stern but kindly face, a no-nonsense face, essentially, as she comes up to you, the letter clutched in her hand. She says, "So, Arvold is dead then?"
Well, I'm sure you've heard news of Ertzig.
We have. We've even had some of our troops pulled away, despite the fact that we have a duty to defend this lake.
He was one of the few that stood to hold the line so the people of the city could escape. He declined the ability to leave, but he was in command. And as we left him, he was smiling, so
She looks around.
Did what he thought was right.
Despite what some here may think, we have a duty to defend this kingdom, and Arvold did his duty. She looks at some of the Tritons that are glowering.
It's hard to defend the lake if the Empire's gone and there's no one to help fight for it.
I would say that was a fair assessment. There are those here that insist that our duty is strictly to the missive that was given to us hundreds of years ago to defend the lake. But you're quite right. That defense extends just beyond its depths and just beyond its shores. You must be... It has been a long journey, I imagine. There's very little between here and wherever you sailed from. Indeed, the town of Feist is the only town within several hundred miles. I would say, please, come and rest, and we will speak. I would like to know more about how he died. If you don't mind telling me what you know.
I don't mind.
Not that we have a morbid curiosity, you see. Whenever one of ours dies, there's a ceremony. We read out his accomplishments, and normally we would commit him to the depths. But I suppose that would be quite impossible. Even so, she sort of holds up the pauldron. He sent this piece of himself. We will commit that and celebrate his life, his death. It is our way.
Well, as a servant of Kellenvor, it would be an honor to join you in these celebration.
You're quite welcome to observe. As I said, he sent you here for a reason. This pauldron is the legacy that we will send on to the afterlife. It's like when Klingons scream at the sky, except quieter.
Wow, thank you. I'll be right back. Ziggy's freaking the fuck
It
out.
needs to be louder.
He will go
Louder.
to Stovacor because he spread the word of Kalis. You're welcome enough in the town. However, there are portions of it that are off limits. Unfortunately, Henley, every time you get close to the edge of the lake, you can feel that pull. Just looking at it, you feel that pull, but it is, you quickly see, the lake is heavily guarded. Heavily guarded by sea elves and Triton that sort of dart beneath the water, armed with tridents, trident spears, javelins, all sorts of underwater combat equipment, essentially. And you get the feeling they're trained to use them. They move in tight formation, patrolling the shores of the water.
Are they, like, guarding it?
Yes.
Or just
they don't let people in,
protecting
or
it?
they don't let people
Okay.
in. They don't let anything out.
Okay.
Okay. Is it
I'm-
strong? We're like in the we're like in the center of
You're
the lake, right?
Technically, you are on the northern coast, and it extends into the water several hundred feet. It looks there is a large drop off there.
Okay.
So you're saying Feist extends into the lake?
Yes.
Okay. Is it stronger here than it was before, or no?
Yes, it is stronger here than it was on the southern areas.
Hey, you said,
Okay.
so on the map, you said we're like, it's like in this little like crook here.
It's in the crook right there. Yes. And you, the town you were in of Guest Hertz was like down here. So you basically, but you sailed along the coast because that's good to have a landmark and came up here.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I will go up to Henley, and I will summon my familiar, which I have now turned into an octopus. And I'll
Not
hold
more
it out to
tentacles,
him.
death!
Yes. I'll hold it out to him and be like, if you can slip him in the water without them noticing, or I can, we can find out what's down there.
How far does it go?
Well, I mean, we have limited communication, but he can pretty much freely go however far he wants and come back.
1 second. I gotta look at something.
I'm back.
They're making their plans. Reed is just going to show polite interest in the tridents, as it is a weapon that is not very common among, land dwellers.
Yes, it is an inferior spear. They're well made. Michael, you look at them. You're obviously monk training, giving you an insight as to weapons. They very well could be interesting weapons to use, and you can see their use underwater. You're not sure if you'd choose them like over a spear or something like that, but
Yeah.
they're interesting enough, and certainly, just judging by the wickedly barbed tips, they could certainly do the damage of a spear, should they thrust home.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a polite curiosity.
And these are no, and you can also tell these are no pitchforks, these are no crude weapons made to defend, these are military-grade weaponry. All surprisingly well oiled, likely to protect against rusting of the metals.
Colin, can I send what's his name? Steinhertz to scout around the close perimeter of the lake to see if he can see like an opening in their defense?
What, the spirit of the boar?
Yeah, with my spirit boon or whatever.
That's pretty cool.
My spirit companion.
Oh.
Sure.
It can only move within 30 feet from me, but you know, like a 60-foot radius. I assume it can move around the lake from me.
It can get some distance, but just from what you can see, even walking up and down the lake, even up to like say a mile or so, it's pretty damn well guarded.
Not even know where we could slip the octopus in.
You could theoretically try. Like I said, they do patrol, and there are breaks in the patrol, especially towards the 1 mile mark whenever you're getting pretty significantly away, but you could theoretically slip the octopus in. But you suspect it'd have to be at least half a mile to a mile away.
Ew. I mean, I'm fine going that far if
Well,
Karuna is.
I mean, I can just tell him to come back when he's in the water, and I don't think it'll really be noticed.
Can it die?
I mean, I have to resummon him.
Yeah, but can he, like, be permanently killed?
Oh, no. He won't,
So,
he
like I
won't
was saying,
die.
even if we slipped him in and even got caught, we're not like at risk of anything. It's not like they know it's you. It's just a weird.
I mean,
animal.
he'll be upset with me when he comes
That's
back.
fair.
But yeah, it's par for the course. It's a working relationship.
Everyone's always upset with Aruna.
That's true, especially Klaus.
Okay, well then let's try to find a spot where we can slip it in and then let it go.
That's what she said.
Uh,
All right, give me a survival check, actually, Henley.
Can I help him? Because I'm pretty okay at survival.
You can give it advantage.
Yes.
I imagine Henley's probably pretty decent at survival.
I got a +5, so I think I can probably help.
It didn't move it over. What the fuck? One sec. The first one I rolled was a 17. Let's see if I can get a higher one. I guess 17 then.
Alright, the area around the town of Feist itself is pretty barren and rocky with scrubby areas, but you find a good area maybe three-quarters of a mile away, half a mile away. So it looks like there was likely, it looks almost like there was a rock slide or something that pushed rocks down into the water, and there are several large boulders that you're able to slide in behind. You basically find this weird path. It looks like rocks rolled down into the water, and find several large boulders sitting at the edge of the lake and into the water. A good hiding spot to sort of slip behind as you wait for the patrol to pass, and then you see, after watching for a while, you think you've got a solid maybe 5 to 10 minute window where every hour or so that you can just slip the octopus in and it can swim away, essentially. And you tell Aruna, I imagine? And,
yeah, go back to Runa and tell her.
Henley tells you that he thinks he's got a 5 to 10 minute window that the octopus can get through the patrols. It's a little bit of a journey for you, and you're not the most physically excited, adept hiker, I imagine. Even so,
I just gave her a piggyback.
Hmm.
Are we fight? Is it like an anime now? Or are you like putting your hands under my skirt?
No.
That's some Princess
Or-
Mononoke stuff.
It's a joke because his cloak is basically a boar.
That's true.
It's Yeah.
I get a box and I tie it to a belt and I put you in it like Nezuko.
Excellent.
Hmm.
it's if you get a piggyback ride, it's not the most pleasant of them. You keep bumping against the big horns that grow out the collars of the cloak itself, and the ribs the bony rib cage that extends out around Henley's chest from the cloak sort of awkwardly pokes into you. But you get there pretty quickly for the most part. You find
Alright.
the large area of rocks and wait for a few minutes for the opportunity to arise, and then it's there. The window, 5 to 10 minutes.
I will snap my fingers, bring him back from his pocket dimension, put him in the water. Alright, so I have...
Bert says, "Why am I a fucking octopus?"
Shit, I know, it sucks. So I can basically tell him whatever to do, whatever we want him to do, and he acts independently, but I can see and hear through him up to 100 feet. So I don't know how far out you want him to go and go down.
Well,
attempt to see things.
it's in the center of the lake, which it's
It's
so miles.
It's miles.
Okay. Well, I mean, theoretically, we could just have him go.
I mean, that's probably what I have to do.
I will for the 100 feet. You can keep in touch with him. It's a pretty standard decline, but all of a sudden, about close to 100 feet out, there is just a sharp downfall, just a sharp descent down into the water, turning from sort of cold blue to sort of inky black. And this decline extends as far as Bert can see, as far as he can tell. Basically both sides. He can see the ridge as it falls, as it sort of parallels the shore.
Okay, so this is, I guess, this technical question for how you want to run. So he gets the stats for whatever he turns into, but since I can telepathically communicate with him. Is he like slightly more intelligent? Like, can he relay information at all,
I mean,
or is
I
it like
imagine-
base octopus instincts?
I imagine he follows orders, so
Yeah, well, I'm saying if I were to send him on a scout patrol
he'd
and he were to
probably
come back,
he'd probably be able to relay stuff back to you whenever he
Okay.
gets back within range.
well, shit. I'ma just let him. Okay, so 100% sure, center of the lake, right?
Towards the center. It might not be like the dead exact center, but it's towards the center of the lake.
What's his swim speed?
Octopus.
I know that's metagamey, but you know.
30 feet.
Okay, but I'm assuming he's sprinting, and he moves 30 feet in 6 seconds.
Well, if he dashes,
Yeah, he
it'd be
moves
in
60
6
feet.
seconds, 60 feet.
Okay. Well, let's see.
I mean, it depends on how long we stay in town. He can cover a pretty wide distance.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he wanted to wait here for him to get back, or if you wanted to head back into town.
I'll tell Bert to just come back to me.
Okay, that
Down.
works.
You are a dog.
Shit. I'm a dog.
Alright, go on, Gracie.
Alrighty. Bert's gonna go on a scouting mission towards the center of the lake.
Alright.
Good luck. If he doesn't come back, he doesn't come
He's
back.
going like, "Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo," head down into the center, towards the center of the lake.
How long? Rough guesstimate, Colin. How long do you think it would, or how long will it take him to get towards the center?
A while.
A while.
A while.
Okay. Well, that's fair. A couple days if he doesn't reappear or we don't go to the center of the lake, I'll bring him back.
Alright.
Good luck, Octobert.
You were shown courtesy as guests of Feist. They are able to provide you a very fine fish stew and this sort of salty, hard, flat cakes. But it's a fine enough meal. There's a strange sort of kelpy seaweed broth that they like to dip this food, basically the hard tack bread they dip in this kelpy broth to soften it as they eat it. And they offer that to you, and it's not bad. It's not the most pleasant in the world, but it's very healthy. It's good for your skin.
Yeah, I'm really worried about my skin. I'm outside a lot.
It's true. You might get skin cancer. That's how the boar died, actually.
Oh man, I thought it's because I killed it.
Nope, actually died of skin cancer.
Damn.
The town welcomes you. Ostensibly, they don't let you in to the depths of the city, but you're welcome enough on the outskirts, where they sort of are able to basically shack you up in an inn, as they almost seem to insistent on you leaving the ship, so that they can kind of keep an eye on you, so you're not doing things that they might worry about on the ship, whether that be preparing weapons. They'd rather have you staying in town. So whenever they offer the invitation to come and have a meal and rest in a nice, soft, and large bed, you don't get the feeling like it's a request so much as a demand. But their hospitality they're not unkind. They show you hospitality, they feed you. The rooms are nice enough. You pass the day speaking with several of these people who show you the general pleasantries, but for the most part, it's almost like it almost looks like like those videos of like alligators swimming through fish-filled ponds, and there's all the fish that give them like a huge berth. There's almost like an aura around them. That's what most of the Tritons treat you as. They watch you. They don't trust you. Like I said, this is a town that's meant to defend this lake, and while you have gotten in enough to get in the service layer due to your connection with Arvald, and it does not extend beyond that, is basically what I'm saying. It is at this, as you are eating this, it's nighttime, you've passed the day in the town. There's little you can do. Like I said, you don't have access to shops or anything like that, because, like I said, you're not part of this town. A Triton sits down next to you as you enjoy your meal, dipping the hard bread into seaweed soup. As the Triton sitting next to you says, "Well, this town sure is a bunch of bores."
I mean, if
And
you're
I'm
gonna
not
disguise...
talking about the kind this guy wears on his back.
What?
But
I mean, if he's gonna disguise himself, he could at least get like a new sense of humor.
I'm funnier than you.
Yes.
I'm funnier than you are, purple girl.
I mean, you might be,
Well,
but
then I
like it makes
suppose
it
you've,
extremely obvious.
You've talked to quite a few of the townsfolk.
I got a lay of the land. I gotta tell you, they are not happy for you to be here. Some of them aren't happy, that is. Some of them are okay with it. It seems that there are quite a few that there's some dissent as to whether they should give any kind of honor to someone who left of their own free will the town. There are those that think he absolutely did his duty, and there are those that think he deserted. Fascinating, really. I myself don't take a side.
Of course you don't.
That being
So-
said, I worry that there might be a little bit of trouble in the memorial ceremony, from what I can tell.
I mean, we're talking like full-on riot.
Hmm.
Or Scrabble.
That's
Or
the intent.
Well-
Although I don't, from what I've gathered, they're not necessarily a majority.
Well, Reed.
I
As,
just tell you that to keep you on your toes.
well, Reed, you're super into making sure people get laid to rest properly, so you might want to watch out.
I'll be keeping my eyes open.
I'm sure your monk pal, too.
Uh,
I'm sorry, I was completely zoned out there.
Oh, I was
I
just
see.
saying, since there's gonna be trouble and Reed's gonna be probably bodyguard to some degree. Say, Bruce, you might also be a good deterrent.
Oh, of course. I'll be coming along.
Do you have you happened to talk to them about their mission that's been keeping them here?
Initially, I had thought to do something like that, and I did made a couple of inquiries, but as soon as it became apparent that I was asking about something I should know, I shut up about it pretty quickly. That kind of gives the game away. If you act like you don't know something, you absolutely should.
Kind of figured.
It also depends on how many people you asked, because I'm sure you're smart enough, but if you ask enough people the same question about something, they're gonna put two and two together.
Oh, exactly. Have not spoken a word of it outside of a couple people.
Just
I thought-
curious as to what's being defended, the lake or us from the lake.
Are we all there at this point?
Yes, you're all gathered around.
I mean, there's something in the lake that I need to get to. It's so strong it's hard to resist. Which they're probably defending that.
Well,
It may very well be a little bit of both. It's hard to say.
well, the question is, Henley, which I should have asked you before, did the Hydra have the same, like, pull or, like, weird signature to it that this thing does?
Yes, right, Colin. It did.
It was a much lesser pool.
Weaker, but the same general idea.
Now, are most of the things you hunt evil?
No. That's sort of subjective, I suppose.
Well, I mean, the Hydra was erasing people from existence.
Colin, the lion was evil, correct? Or it was not good?
It was an animal.
It was an animal. And the
Yes.
crab, I assume, was just a crab.
It's just a crab. It's an animal. They do what animal things do. They hunt. They survive. If they kill people hunting, then that's not really evil to them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, it's more like it's a survival of the fittest thing. They're just acting out of instinct. That's, you're near it, it attacks you because it's its territory. It's no different than any other animal.
Well then,
Okay.
I suppose it's good we've got the heads up, but it seems that we may need to talk to someone to learn a little bit more about their duties here.
Okay, so the question is, if the Hydra was specifically just that town, do you think there's a chance there's more, or somehow it's related to this place? Because that doesn't seem like... Well, I'm not an expert. Is that like a natural predator that would be in this type of environment, or something that was placed here?
Roll
So that'd be
a
be a
nature
survival check?
or
or nature. Okay.
I'm gonna do one too.
I got a 15, Colin.
Mine was not nearly as good.
Remember, we have a
It's-
14 portent dice.
It's a big lake. It could very well be home to something like that. And it still have a lake this side could be home to multiple creatures that size. It's a huge lake.
So, in other words, there's probably no correlation between what you hunt.
Mm, Well, from what I can understand, it's innately part of me where I have to. But no, I have not seemed to come across a correlation yet. It just kind of pops up.
So, here's the problem. These are a well-rooted cultural group of people, and we go swimming around in the water and potentially kill something that they're guarding or related to them, which subsequently pisses them all off. Now, if it were an evil something or other, that would be justified, but if it's just a creature, that's not necessarily justified.
That is
So-
why I believe we need to learn more about their duty.
Well,
So far, everything has been something that disturbs the natural order of the area it's in, and is obtrusive to the people that live there, though. I will say that.
well, I mean, do they seem... Okay.
I don't know how we go about asking them what's in the lake, though, without them seriously taking suspicion that we're trying to get into the lake.
Okay, so what do we know, M and Reed? We know they had a writ or something that instructed them to guard something in the lake, correct?
Well, guard the lake is how they put it.
And not
Okay.
even a writ, it's an ancient order.
Alright, so hear me out. They're people, they're part of the kingdom, correct? And we happen to have Hilda, Wink, on the ship. And if there were anyone to get members of, well, you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, but can we just go waving that around to get us into the lake, though?
Well-
Yes, this is supposed to be her chance to see how it is to be a member of the populace. Wouldn't do very well to just start flaunting around her royal.
It's
I
not
don't
that-
even mean that. I mean, we can't let people know that we have that.
I'm aware. That's why. Okay, the matron cared specifically about Arvold. So if there's someone we're going to talk to or be able to speak to or come up with a plan to speak to, I think she's probably the best bet. And if worse comes to worse and she's the only one that knows about Hilda, that wouldn't be the end of things.
I think we
I
should-
don't understand the whole ramifications of that whole scenario, so you're gonna have to explain it to me. Like,
We're talking about
why do we have her?
Oh,
Why don't people know that she's with us?
okay. Hilda is a spoiled brat that cannot.
No, I
lead a-
got that. I got that much. I meant like the whole scenario of why we're doing this, other than the fact that she's spoiled.
She needs to learn about the world and see what she's fighting for and become
needs
a better
actual
person.
world experience.
She
Okay.
literally hasn't left the entirety of the capital in like 19 years of her life.
Who knows that she's not on the throne though? Because who's running the kingdom?
Currently,
Right
we
now, again,
have
I
Gen.
don't know who Gen is, so
Ah.
Did you never meet Gen?
You
Like,
never
when you
met
actually
I
played?
don't. I don't believe so.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly say. Gen is an ancient silver dragon that's been around since the beginning of the kingdom, more or less. He was with Magdan. He's extremely wise, extremely smart, and will do a better job in wartime than she will. And I don't know if you've met Adelindra, or know who Adelindra is. It's
No.
Ito's estranged wife that he abandoned on a battlefield.
I've
very,
heard about her.
Very kind
Okay.
of him to do so. But she is kind of the grand commander of the entire nation at the moment, and she is en route to the city. And we basically told Gen it would probably be wise to start a war council that takes place, kind of takes over and runs things behind the scenes.
Okay. So, what is the goal with Hilda? Just experience, or is she trying to learn something?
Well,
trying to learn what it's like to be in her kingdom. She believed that everything was roses, as she had everything she could want, not seeing that her kingdom was suffering.
Yeah, but I don't understand the subterfuge behind that. Why do you need to disguise her? Why can't you just make her go around and face these people
Well,
as an empress?
Ito has it
And
in his
then be-
head that she will get assassinated or hurt by outside parties.
Yeah,
Which
but
remains to be
when
seen.
that happened, if you just take her into the thick of danger anyways,
Trust me, I've thought about it.
She
Okay.
won't be specifically targeted for being an empress.
yeah, but now she's just an innocent bystander. That's a weakling within our party that someone can attack. I don't think she's removed from harm's way, but I suppose that's beyond the point. Okay. Do we have any way in which she could secretly secure us an audience or some way to get into the lake?
It's as simple as she doesn't necessarily have to even go in person. She could write us a document that carries enough weight, and if they want us to confirm it in some way, shape, or form, we can.
How do we confirm it other than bring her there? Because it'd be kind of weird for us to be like, here's a writ from the Empress, no, and then be like, well, here's the Empress.
Well, I'm
I
saying
mean,
we have
before we
spell
do
work.
all of this, we could perhaps just talk to the matriarch ourselves.
Yeah, but like that'll also draw suspicion, and they know what we're
Yeah.
trying to do, and they might just kick us out of the town.
Man, I sure wish Bugman were here to talk about this.
M kind of shrugs and says, "Well, I can keep my ear out and talk to you later. Maybe, like I said,
Wait. He's a changeling, right?
he's a changeling. He's
Yeah.
currently taking the form of a Triton and walking around amongst the rakes, stuff like that."
Couldn't she write the letter and then him just be Adelaide? I mean, Hilda. Sorry, Hilda.
Jesus Christ, you can't just yell that out loud.
No, that's why I changed to Hilda.
Ah!
That was my bad.
I mean that's an option.
Or I don't know, how many of her retainers has Hilda as M come into contact with?
At this point, none. They didn't take guards with them.
None.
Ito and
Okay.
the crew are the guards, essentially.
Okay.
The simple fact of the matter too is Henley, physical presence necessarily won't be a guarantee, because if she's never left the capital and they've never been to the capital, no one knows what she looks like. She does have kind of innate, like, Deva-like qualities. That's about the only thing that separates her from a normal person.
Even wouldn't she look like her descendants or something like that?
Well, I mean,
Ancestors.
Yeah, sometimes like you would think that there'd be some sort of some sort of quality they'd know about her. I also there's got to be someone in their royal. They call them, what kind of nobility system do they have in this town? Is it just a royalty, or is it like a noble house, or what?
In this town, it is basically a strict military hierarchy. It is they received orders from long ago that they were to guard this lake no matter what, give their lives up for it, and to train. Essentially, the heads of but the people everyone looks to it for advice are the brood mothers or the leaders of the classes. They're generally they're matrons that are considered the most intelligent and the best fighters.
So do we not think that any of the brood mothers have ever ventured to the capital and interacted with the current von Richten family line?
It is unlikely. They have their
Okay.
orders, and these orders are
Considering-
from hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, but I figured there were still back and forth delegations and stuff like that, or something like that.
It is unlikely.
I mean, Arval
Okay,
was
I-
considered a traitor by some people just for leaving.
which leads me to believe part of the order. Okay, I just had a fucking
Anyway.
Jimmy Neutron fucking brain blast, guys. What if part of their order is, since they consider people that leave traitors to be stuck here for whatever reason, stuck here and specifically guard what's in the lake to prevent it from leaving or to prevent them from leaving?
That is,
If
that
you're
was one of the things I believed. We do not know if it's
well, no,
them
what I'm
guarding
saying
the lake
is
guarding the lake from us or guarding us
Hen-
from the lake.
Henley specifically said that the things he hunts upset the natural order and balance, correct? And often hurt the people that it's around.
From my experience, I cannot confirm that to be true, though.
But that would certainly make sense, like the whole situation.
Yeah, what I fight is The things I fight are monstrous. They are not a wolf.
All right, Alakul, what do you want to do? All right, so I'll run it down for you, Nick, super quick, unless Lou wants to.
Well, no, I was gonna say before we go through all this subterfuge and everything, I still believe
Yeah.
that we should just try to talk to the Broodmother.
So we're gonna try to talk to the Broodmother that we gave Ardvald the thing to try to figure out what's going on with the lake and what their orders are about staying here. If worse comes to worse, we're going to subterfuge with Hilda, either providing us with a document that's very official to do so, or to have M possibly change into her to have a quote-unquote physical presence of a leader from the capital, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yep, so that's what we're working with. But,
Okay, about the change thing, I take that back, because there's no way that she got into this town without an announcement, and that she just showed up, and we had her, and then we didn't tell them. So we probably shouldn't do that.
Whatever. Reed, go talk to the woman. Probably take someone with you.
I believe
You
this would
don't
be
get-
best done with her blessing. Reed will,
Yeah.
of course, bow to the group and start to walk towards Broodmother's quarters, wherever
No,
they
Ala-
will be.
Yeah, Alakul should probably go with you, I would think. Because I didn't meet Arvald, and that's kind of your leverage point.
M sort of nods his head and stands up. Says, as he stands up from the meal you're eating, and he pauses for a moment, and he looks down at the sort of seaweedy broth, and he like takes it and he slaps it onto the table and like spills it over in your lap, Aruna, and says, "Ha! Damned outsiders, am I right?" As he looks over at the guards that are watching you.
I'll play along, and I'll get in a huff.
Oh, he crit that performance check, so...
Yeah, and I will...
Damn
Damn.
outsiders!
Alright. I see where we stand, and I will fucking just leave. Just to make it look better.
Alright.
I'll follow her out.
As the two leave,
Yeah, I'll follow along.
Alec, Cool, and Reed, you're the ones that are going to the Broodmother.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I certainly am.
M sort of walks to the other guards and pats him on the back. Right, guys? Well, at least we ran a couple of them off. Don't worry, it won't take too long for these two. The Broodmother's gonna give them a fucking earful, I can promise you that. And he sort of goes and he bumps into you, Reed, says, "Oops. Fine, come on. I'll escort you to the Broodmother. Feralia." And he, like, looks over at the guards and turns and quickly walks out the door.
Nope, I follow after him.
Like I said, M is good at what he does, but it's a very limited skill set. He leads you through the town, and he says, "Alright, from what I can tell, the remembrance ceremony for Arval is going to be in the morning. Like I said, there's some dissenting parties that may be there. But you can probably talk about that with Corelli. I'm pretty sure she knows that there's quite a few people. Now, you're not, as far as I can tell, you're not supposed to be there. But, or to talk with her, but I think I can get you through."
Well, that would be appreciated.
Let us see what he rolls for. It's good, actually. It's by this time it's pretty dark, nighttime really. As he winds his way through the streets that have these large lampposts that have like bioluminescent algae that rise up them, each 15 feet into the air and cast sort of greenish blue light across the streets. You can see they dot the docks, and every now and then you see the silhouette of a Triton or a sea elf walking past. He leads you in a very roundabout fashion across the docks, every now and then stopping to look where he's going, as he leads you deeper out into the water to this large alabaster building that you saw that sits on the lake. He gets to the entrance, there are 2 guards there, and he turns to you and says, So, from what I can tell, outsiders aren't supposed to go in here, so we're gonna have to find a way to sneak you in, distract them or something. Myself, I'm something of a talented talker, but I don't know if I can distract both of them long enough for you two to sneak past.
Well then, I'm quite fleet-footed, but...
We could try to knock him out, but that would...
I do not believe, violence of that sort would earn us any points. Would you be able to contact her for us to find if there's a simpler way to talk to her?
I suppose so. I do know I don't know the exact area of her residence, but she definitely lives within this building with all the other brood mothers. Shouldn't be too hard to find out, I hope. You can see he's nervous, but he's not completely sure of himself, but he's acting like he is. It shouldn't be too hard to find out. I mean, how hard can it be? It's not that big of a building, as he looks at the massive building. Well, I suppose if that's the case, keep yourselves hidden, and I will be back in no time, I imagine.
Yep.
Alright, so while he's gonna do that, I just want to keep kind of an eye around to see if there's any, like, entrances that might, windows that we might be able to just sneak through.
Roll a perception check.
Side areas that might be hidden by bushes or something.
I mean, it's out on the lake, so no bushes.
Oh, well, yeah.
You
That's
look.
24.
There are.
You've never seen a lily bush before, Colin?
Yes, lily pads. There are a couple of windows towards the top. It rises maybe 150 feet in the air. A couple of small windows. They look like observation windows of some sort. But then you look down and you can see this bad boy extends down into the water. And you can see the faint glow of what appears to be almost like honeycomb-like structures, entrances in where things can go in and out beneath the water.
Oh. This might be a bit tougher than we thought.
So there are entrances. There's actually quite a few entrances, but they're all, but anywhere
Underwater.
between 50 and 200 feet underwater. And then there is, of course, the main entrance, the ground level entrance, which you do see
We got
M walk into as he sort of talks to the guards for a couple of moments, and you see the guards kind of laugh and shake their heads as he walks through.
So it looks like even if we were
Oh my
able
God,
to get in,
he's so good at rolling fucking 20s.
looks like we wouldn't really be able to get too far, considering it seems a lot of it's underwater.
Yep. This dog is driving me nuts.
So you're left to wait, unfortunately.
I can see her eyeballing you.
Meanwhile-
Elsewhere,
The rest of the group are, after having been, sort of the soup spilled on you and M's display of overt annoyance with outsiders, gained more trust of the guards around him. You are making your way back to the Skyweaver, and you quickly see that you're absolutely being tailed, and they're not trying to be stealthy about it. They want you to know that you're being followed and watched, just in case. They're not intruding upon you or stopping you. but you're very clearly under surveillance, just in case. And as you walk along the banks towards the Skyweaver, that is when you get in contact with Bert again, who has made his way back towards the shore.
Excellent. What's the report, Bert?
He reports that you're able to see vague images in your head of the incline, and you can see the sharp descent as it falls off, almost like a cliff, off into the water. And he went out over that and he started diving down. And you can see increasingly, it's not just images, there's almost feelings. Initially it's feelings of just cold water and almost a happy, joyful feeling to be out, a sea creature, an aquatic creature out in the water enjoying its business. But as it dives down and it's surrounded by inky blackness, it's just this more unsettling feeling. And the last image it gives to you is it looks like it's dove down. You don't know how deep it is at this point, but it shows what appears to be two yellow, sort of yellowy slitted eyes that are half open, and that's all you see before Bert. The feeling of terror overrode Bert's beast senses, and he left.
I don't know how you do this, but I'll pet an octopus. Like, give him the affirmation that he did a good job. So the slits
That's
don't
cute.
have
All right.
any.
Are you actually going to get the octopus? Are you trying to be stealthy against the guards that are currently following you?
Oh.
You are being tailed and watched.
Okay. I will just do my usual snap my fingers and have him vanish.
Okay.
I guess it is pocket dimension.
Okay. It's probably smart. They may very well have noticed you messing with an octopus. Gotten a little suspicious.
That's fair. I completely forgot. I'll get him later. Do the slitted eyes remind me of the thing with the pool before? Or is that just not the same thing?
No.
Okay, I just make sure because it was slitted eyes for both. So
there is something it reminds you of, a vague dread feeling. The slitted eyes that look like the gems that were embedded in Klaus's hand.
oh fucking Christ!
That's not good.
The eyes of Vecna. These powerful gems of evil.
I like we were just like, that's not good.
Yeah, to not arouse suspicion because we're getting tailed. We're like, Henley, we're gonna have a talk on the ship, but don't.
All right, buddy. I say questioningly.
How?
Henley finds a bowl of soup and pushes it in your face. Fucking outsider! Ha ha ha! Looks at the guards.
We got him.
Got
Did it
him.
work?
Got her.
Did it?
Fucking got him.
Were they like, man, that guy's fucking cool?
Hell yeah, you can come in anywhere. This dude's alright.
Oh, sweet. Can I go in the lake?
Yes, you can breathe underwater technically.
No, I asked them.
No. You still have to go through military training, so that's 6 years of training in the school, followed by another 12 years of actual patrols before you're able to take over your own squad. 18 years.
All right. Well, I'm gonna start that now.
All right.
Excellent.
Like, we like this guy. He can breathe underwater. As the horns on your cloak are able to like form a bony respirator over your mouth.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, that's what he does.
I'm an animal.
That part actually is true. The horns that rise up from his cloak are able to go over his face and make a bony respirator so he can breathe underwater.
Okay, there's literally zero way that Henley has this. But does Henley happen to have ivory strips by chance?
Like from an elephant?
Some type
Or like-
of horns?
Or can I get bones? Tommy, which do you want? Do you want bones or actual ivory?
It says ivory strips.
I mean, I could get you bones if you want bones.
Well, I mean,
Or, like,
ivory strips are for the
you like-
spell.
Or like you want like tusks?
I mean, I don't know if that's something you just have on hand.
I mean, I might have some tusks on me. Colin, would I have? Would I have some leftover like tusks from something I killed?
I
Hunting?
will. You have leftover teeth from the Shadow Cat, which are basically ivory. They're not quite like normal teeth.
Yeah, I have. I presented him the teeth.
Okay.
Tommy, it will cost you the material cost to clean them up and make them worthy, but you can get them, but you still have to pay for the material cost.
Okay.
But you don't have to go and specifically seek them out and hope they're there in the city. It's a balancing thing, you understand. You're still supposed to pay the money for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll figure out how to do that because that's not happening anytime soon. But yeah, we'll go back to the ship. Hopefully these guys will not try to get on the ship or anything weird.
Oh, Skyweaver! Somebody's gotta make that into a song.
Yes.
Alright. You make your way back onto the ship. You can see, once again, as I said, the ship is under surveillance. At least, maybe 10 to maybe a dozen people watching you, not making their presence unknown. Nipsy says, "These guys give me the creeps." Other than that,
Oh,
Lincoln has not has remained in his room for the most part. So has Vestia. Adelaide is on deck, a little bit obstinate, as she says, "You know, I could order every one of these people killed, right? Like, if we want to get in this town, just ask, and I'll make sure everybody's dead, and we can just stroll in."
No.
Well, detained. I know some people are a little bit more squeamish. I am the Holy
Still
Emperor,
no.
and what I do, and what I command is what we do.
I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I on occasion think that I am a horrible bitch, but you just always one-up me.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
You know, sometimes wit is a lot more useful than privilege.
Well, how far has that gotten you?
It's gonna get me into that fucking lake, I'll tell you that much.
Well, why don't we go into a nice town and we'll see how far wit gets you and privilege gets me. How about that?
Christ.
Well, no one knows what you look like, so good luck proving that you're you.
She sort of looks so everybody will know who I am one day.
Yeah. Do they now?
These common rabble, they don't even deserve to grace my presence most of the time.
I look at Aruna and I go, "And you think you're a horrible bitch?" I like to see what you're like.
I mean,
And this
I
is why
mean,
she's
all she
going
did,
around undercover.
kill her friend. All she did was kill her friend.
I did kill my friend, which has everything to do with what we're gonna talk about.
I
Okay.
disgraced my entire family. Does that count?
What, by being
Man.
alive?
Kinda, yeah, actually.
What a shame. Okay. Yeah, we'll go in the middle deck, so we're not just talking out into the open air.
You go to the galley.
Okay, I shall draweth a rough approximation of what an Eye of Vecna looks like. Now, did I 100% ever know that those were Eyes of Vecna, Colin? Like, I don't know.
Well,
How
I don't
much
know.
is actually
Did Ito ever tell you shit from the damn journal?
Oh my god. Can I go take the journal off of Drunk Ito and just look at it my fucking self?
I feel like that would be wrong to do.
You are not incorrect. Okay.
I mean, I
So-
feel like that'd be something that would have come up at least between.
It has likely
Possibly.
come up, although the specifics of that and what that entails.
Yeah, I
you
don't
may not
imagine
know.
we've gone into too much detail, but you know, I have Vecna bad.
Okay, so let's run this down for you, Henley and Bruce, since you're both new. Former friend Klaus, a very sneaky roguelike fellow, unfortunately came into possession of some artifacts. I believe they're called Eyes of Vecna. Don't ask me, I don't know. And they do not great shit, especially when it comes to necromancy. He absorbed 2 of them.
Keep talking, I have to go pee.
You're good. He absorbed them. And yes, I unfortunately put him down. Because I was worried that he was going to get on a path that we couldn't stop him otherwise. But long story short, the eyes that he had in his possession are the eyes that my familiar saw under the lake.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, well,
I
disregard the rough backstory to it. But in other words, eyes of a magical, necromantic artifact of doom under the lake.
Okay, for me that doesn't compute though, because I've only ever fought monsters. I don't know why I would be fighting
Okay.
a magic eyeball.
What I'm saying is, it stands to reason that people and creatures could probably absorb them.
Oh, that's scary.
Well, I mean, just judging from how scared my familiar was, it's possible. Unless
Yeah, that's
there's
fair.
unless there's something guarding them, which is the creature that you're after, which is also possible. But I would think we should go with worst case scenario, that something possesses them and can use them, which would not be.
Did your familiar see him down there?
I didn't. Familiar did not see anything, just saw the eyes, but it was extremely
2
dark.
glittering half-lidded eyes that reminded him of the eyes of Vecna.
How many eyes does Vecna have?
It is sort of a misname to call the actual gems like actual eyes. They're merely gems that are called that. There could be an unknown amount.
Okay.
So it's not like it actually came plucked from Vecna, but they are gems that are associated with him. And there are not many, that's for sure.
The simple fact is, they're similar, which should make us think the worst case scenario. I don't think it's a coincidence. In
Well,
that case.
do we get the impression that the people are tainted?
I can't imagine something. It depends on if it's dormant or not, or being used. I mean, do we get that weird, overwhelming, like, creepy feeling all the time, Colin? Or was it only from my familiar diving?
It was only from your familiar diving and getting down in there deep.
Okay. Can sea elves go down that far?
Yes.
I know that seems like a silly question. Okay.
Yeah. One of the nice things is they are generally immune to pressure as well.
Let's put it this way, Bruce. I can't imagine that they don't know they're down there. This is like their home, their lake.
Could they corrupt the lake?
I have no clue. If it can corrupt a person,
Yeah, but a person has a mind. A lake does not.
well, I'm saying they just give off like an aura anyway. But I mean, it's just too unknown. But the simple fact is, it's either attached to something or it's down there with something. Whatever you're hunting. And if they are Eyes of Vecna, we need to be very careful. But they need to not be here.
Agreed.
So what do we do with them when we get them then? Because obviously we don't want them.
Well, I have a spell right here that I could use to kind of safely remove them. But generally speaking, magic items, lead boxes, or bag of holding, potentially, might be able to hold them. I'm not sure though, because the only ones I've ever seen were attached to Klaus, physically.
And how did he get them?
The first one, I'm not
I
sure.
I don't think they ever had that conversation.
Yeah, the first one I'm not sure, but I know the second one from Gen. He just had it in his bag and he couldn't resist the draw anymore, and it entered his body.
Why did Gen give him one?
Gen didn't give him one. Gen was attempting to help him and find a way to resist it. And unfortunately, when Klaus tried to give it to Gen for safekeeping, that's when it took him.
The second eye came was worn around the neck of the Redeemer. That's the initial place that it was taken from.
You're
Okay.
correct. In other words, it's not a conscious choice. You have to be able to overcome its influence. Honestly, you might not have a choice in the matter, and I don't know how close you have to be or if you have to physically touch it.
Well, that's disconcerting.
Yeah, it's a little fucky with magic. Anyway, we know we have friends tailing us, so just don't talk about it around our new friends. And we'll hope that Ryud and Alec will get something done in town.
Nope, we're just gonna sit here in this area just waiting for M.
I mean,
Okay. I guess we wait for them to get back with information then and let us know what they find out and see how we proceed forward.
that's probably the best option.
I mean, it's fair enough.
We need. Okay. What time is it, Colin?
At this point, it is probably starting to get late, maybe 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Would they let me take Hilda and go catch food with her? If she needs to learn to be common, then might as well get her own food.
Potentially, as long as you're not being too obtrusive, as long as you're not, directly trying to leap into the lake and swim away, but they might allow you to keep an eye on you, but allow you to fish in the waters.
Oh no, I was gonna take her to go into some woods and go shoot a rabbit or something.
That is potentially possible. There's not a lot of woods around here, but it's sort of scrubby lands. That's you could probably find a rabbit or even possibly a small goat.
That'll work. I make sure that they're okay with it, and then if they are, I'm gonna take her to do that.
I mean, I'm not her mom.
Yeah, but you
she's a
guys are
grown
her
woman.
protectors, aren't you?
I'm honestly not sure at this point if she'd let us protect her.
All right. Well, I was gonna tell her we're going to do it then.
What do you mean
How about
going
it?
to do
Wait.
what?
Have you ever hunted?
I mean, I've been on the prowl a time or two, but
No, I don't mean dog running. I mean, have you hunted?
what, kill my own food?
Yeah,
Why would I do that? I have people that
Because
can do that for me.
that's what normal people have to do.
Oh my god.
You don't understand. My village is under your command, and that's the only way we get food.
Well, you're welcome for the game that I provide.
I mean, you don't provide it. We foster our own ecosystem so it can sustain itself. So we're gonna go catch some food.
You can see her face sort of rankles, why?
So you can know what it's like.
Why would I need to know that?
Isn't the whole point of you being here to figure out what it's like to be a normal person?
And just think, after you catch and kill it, you can help me skin it and we can prepare it for dinner.
Yeah, you can do that. You can gut it too.
Oh, that's gonna be the fun part.
She sort of looks at you and she's roll a persuasion check with advantage. I'll say you're getting help.
It's an 11.
Oh my god.
Remember, we have the Portent die.
That is
Yeah,
true.
Lou, I'm not gonna use the
Oh.
portent die on my -1. Sergeant's 10. Lou, I'm not gonna roll. I'm not gonna use a 13.
She takes. She looks at you with a hint of distaste. And she goes over to the very bow that she was trying to wield in the fight with the fake Hydra, and as she touches it, her hands kind of tremble slightly, and she sort of puts the bow down. I don't think that would be wise. I'm not supposed to hunt my own food. I have people that can do that for me.
All right, we'll try again later. I'm gonna go
you
catch a rabbit.
You can roll in. I'd say you don't have to roll an insight check. Just she's freaked out because she froze in the battle. She's still kind of freaked out by that.
That's fine. If she's not ready, you can do it later. Colin, I'm gonna go catch a small piece of game. I want her to skin it with Klaus then.
Okay.
You mean Bruce?
Baby steps.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bruce.
Wrong character. God.
My bad, Bruce.
Baby steps. You know.
It's not my fault his character's named Bruce, Klaus, and Gus.
I mean, I've got characters that die.
They all have the same ending sound.
They all die in the end. Every one of them. All right. Go ahead and give me a survival check to go out and hunt.
Hey man, Gus didn't die.
No, he didn't. He went home.
He went home.
13.
Where he proceeded to have a heart attack from autoerotic asphyxiation.
You are able to catch
I'm sure that's the way he'd want to go.
like a small hare. It's not very impressive, but the game here is not great, unfortunately.
All right. Well, I bring her back to Hilda then, and I hand it to her in a knife, and I say, "Go help Gus repair this." Bruce, go help Bruce repair this.
All right, she sort of says, "What?"
Well, you're gonna take the knife and you're gonna fillet it. Then you and Bruce are gonna cook it.
Don't make a nice stew.
She looks at you and says, "Fine."
It'll taste better when you prepared it yourself
It
too.
will taste the same. It's the
That's not-
same.
It's not true. Hard work tastes better.
You know what? Fine.
It's like
Fine.
cooking something with love. It makes it taste better.
Sure. She nods her head and says, "That's okay. Sure, why not? I will cook this animal.
It's a hare.
Hare. How do I go? How do I start?" As she sort of takes the knife and sort of.
Well, you want to insert it down the stomach, and then you want to take its skin and rip it back.
All right, she's gonna roll a survival check to see how she does.
Hell yeah.
She pierces straight into the bowels of the animal, completely ruining the meat.
Ah.
Perhaps.
Well, she tried.
She tried. She rolled a 2 on her survival check. But it's a learning experience, as you're able to tell her. You gotta be careful. You can't pierce the stomach. You can't pierce the bowels when skinning a animal. So that'll ruin the meat because it'll spill all the poopy out everywhere, and you don't want that. Do you?
Oh, I'm sure it
Well-
tastes just fine.
No.
At the very least, you can take it down to the lower level and feed it to the hippogriff.
That's true. The hippogriff will eat it. They don't fucking care.
Noise.
She says, She very clearly gets kind of annoyed by her failure and just tosses the knife away. Says, "It was stupid anyways. Why do it when you can have people prepare it for you?"
Because
Okay.
sometimes people suck and you need to do it yourself.
What would you do if you got stranded in the wilderness and all your servants weren't around to help you eat.
Why would I get stranded in the wilderness? And then she
Because
looks, she looks
because you're in
around her like, oh Jesus.
You're in an envoy and you get ambushed and you have to escape on foot.
She says, all right.
Can you start a fire?
No, I usually just call someone to make a fire for me. And as you can see, she's just sort of sighs, no. I usually just have someone come and make a fire for me.
Well, you should probably learn to do that too at some point, but not tonight.
Okay, that's another question for you, Hilda. Have you ever read a book, or do you have someone else read them for you?
She says, of course I can read, and I've read books.
Okay, I was just...
Take 1d6 sass damage.
I was just trying to put a
I
grasp
was
on
a quite a
the situation.
prolific reader, actually.
She's read the Kama Sutra.
Cool. Great.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But no, she was a pretty... Reading is something she can do pretty well, actually. She is well educated, and she, like I said, you get the feeling from her general physique. She's probably well exercised. She's probably trained to use bow and sword and things like that as well. She just is not experienced with actually using them, like in an actual fight. She's always fought sparring partners. She's always shot at targets. She's not shot at game. She's not shot at creatures, and things like that. That's beyond her. But that's the type of thing you're there to train her with, you know?
Cool. In that case, is it like night time? Like time to go to sleep?
It is, it's like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock now. Probably midnight, close to midnight.
Alright. I will not bother her with more stuff. Probably not a good idea.
Alright. She goes to bed, and you go to bed as well. As, on the Skyweaver, everybody sort of turns in, deciding that, you know, it's been a long day. Eventful. Seen some interesting things and met some interesting people, but... as each of you turns in, farther out on the dock itself, Alec Cool and Reed wait, anticipating M's return. It's late by the time you get any sort of hint that things have gone well. As eventually, indeed, you can see M sort of slowly makes his way out of the sort of ground floor. He stands by the two guards, and he sits. You can tell he's talking with them for a little while. He actually, from seemingly out of nowhere, he pulls like a pipe out of his pocket and lights it up and starts smoking out of it. As he turns and looks at the two and offers them the pipe as they turn it down. He sort of just nods his head and makes his way out, sort of to where you are. He starts looking around. Psst, where are you at?
Do you have good news?
He
Gotta find it
says,
first.
pretty good, actually. Well, it's not bad, actually, but he sort of looks at the burning pipe and sort of dumps it out with a look of disgust on his face. Says, I hate having to smoke to make a cover, but you'd be surprised how off guard people can be put whenever you seem like you're doing something with your mouth. He doesn't mean that like sexually. He just means it's like if you're doing something casually, you're putting yourself in a vulnerable state. He says, "All right, I talked with her, and not gonna lie, I came clean. I kind of ran out of ideas there. But
Okay.
she is interested in speaking with you.
Perfect.
She does not think you would be welcome just walking into the door, and she doesn't think it'd be wise for her to be seen making her way to the ship. But that being said, she did have an idea.
Okay.
All right.
How do you folks feel about swimming?
Fine.
Can't say we've had great experiences, but I can hold my own.
Well, the areas underneath the docking area are themselves a little bit less patrolled. She has made it a point to, I believe it was Dock 3. She's going to personally reprimand for not doing their duty. Of course, that's to make sure that they're not actually on their duty. So Dock 3 is going to be empty in about an hour.
All right.
She told me which one it is. Each one's color-coded as he points down into the water, and there are faintly different colors of blues and reds. As he points to a vague purple light that's about 100 feet down. He says, purple one is Dock 3, apparently. She said it's going to be empty in about an hour.
All right. Then we'll be there in an hour, but that gives us a bit of time to. Don't like being out too much with potentially hostile people.
I mean, I think we'll be fine. But if you would like to go back, I will wait around.
It's probably best to stay together for now. Should we just wait at the dock?
No, I think we should just wait somewhere else. Not quite at the dock. We don't want to be there when they're getting reprimanded.
Right.
Yeah. Essentially, should you want to go get somebody to join you, you can. Otherwise, you can just wait the hour. But if you do, you can see,
Just wait the hour.
Im kind of waits with
probably
you.
best.
He keeps an eye on. Every now and then, he pulls out a small timepiece that he has. As you look at him, you realize, Reed, you probably realize just why he was so good at infiltrating, as far as you know, all of the monk orders. He's competent in a very small skill set, and that is being personable and getting into places. So it's a good thing you brought him on. After an hour, he says, "Well, showtime, boys and girls," as he takes a deep breath and just dives into the water.
I just walk into the water.
Right. Give me a stealth check. Alright, you don't make a, you don't make too much of a sound as you splash into the water carefully. Mostly just walking and easing yourself over the dock into the water as you take a deep breath and dive downwards. Swimming as fast as you can. 100 feet is a lot farther than it feels like underwater. It doesn't seem like it should take you long, but it feels like you're traveling for a while. I imagine you don't have a swim speed quite as comparable to your run speed. That being said, you get to the edge of it as you can see the changeling M floating in the water. as he ducks into the sort of purplish lit opening. The lighting is made by this, what appears to be some sort of strange bioluminescent algae. And you are just at the edge of feeling like your lungs are about to explode. You burst forth into what appears to be almost like a launching bay of some sort. There are racks of weapons, tridents mostly, javelins, a couple of crossbows as well. You can see there are lines and lines of what appear to be potions of some sort, flasks that are filled with glowing liquids and things like that. It is a armory, but you can also see there are faint magical runes that line the floors across them, likely some sort of alarm spell should someone trying to steal them without having the proper clearance. M sort of motions for you and says, "Alright, this way." As he keeps his head down, he's gonna roll a stealth check. Boy, so that's a 32 for him on his stealth check.
Thanks. Do we need to do one as well, or is it just him?
It's a new stealth check, yep.
Okay. $23.
Alright. You pass
Luckily, we're a couple of stealthy boys.
the hallways. Once inside, you can see it's mostly quiet and empty. At one point, you do have to hide and sort of shelter in a doorway as two of the Tritons walk by. But you actually make your way into the heart of this alabaster building relatively unperturbed, outside of having to duck into this hallway once, as he gets to what appears to be a very well-appointed and somewhat warm, basically like waiting room or living room area, but it looks like it's a communal living room area. There's a large fireplace that has, it looks like it's made by like mother of pearl oyster shell, and it has a fire that's burned low in it, and it sort of reflects off these alabaster walls, and it warms the room against the chill lake air. You can see there are several doors that lead into this large sitting room, and he goes to one in particular, and he knocks on it. "Hey, it's us!" And the door quickly opens up, and you see the matron Coralia, looking a little bit nervous, but she ushers you inside and says, come in quick." And she closes the door behind her pretty silently. "So you wanted to speak to me, was it?"
Yeah.
Yes, we have a couple questions regarding your people. To begin with,
I must warn you, I can't guarantee that I would tell you everything, you understand. We do have secrets.
Of course, but if there's anything you can tell us, we're sure it would help greatly. Well,
I will
first
offer
we
you
would
a
like to
deal,
know-
actually. This deal is that it has come to my attention that there are some dissenting members of my ranks. Those that are unhappy with the current state of affairs. The rather unfortunate business of Tritons and Sea Elves being pulled away from our sworn duty to defend this lake from people coming out, or things coming out and people going in. It has come to my attention via your friend here that perhaps there are those that wish to hopefully make an example whenever we do the final passing of Arval tomorrow. If you are a true friend to me and us, and you want the information, I will make a deal with you. Make sure it... Well, I can't say that it goes to plan perfectly, but make sure that should they trouble arise, you deal with it. You aid us in dealing with it, and I'll consider you ally and worthy of my information. Would you say that's fair?
But of course, I would also say that I was already planning on doing whatever I could to make sure that Arvald is put to rest appropriately.
Then you'll not have to go far out of your way, luckily. There are insidious works going on behind the scenes. I can feel it. Too much dissent lately. Too much worry amongst my people. These are trying times, young halfling. Trying times indeed. As she nods her head, that is the deal.
Then of course you have my blade. Should the need arise.
Very well.
There it is. I was waiting for that.
M sort of says, not a fighter, so good luck with that, buddy.
Well,
Now then, as for what we came here to ask, we wished to know more about your people's duty to the lake. We were heard that it was an ancient order, but do you know who the order came from?
A little bit of information to sate your curiosity. The order that was given to us has existed before the Empire of Steel, before Stahlreich was even founded, before there was a Holy Emperor, all the way back to when there were kings of Eisenfeld, when it was only a disparate group of clans, barely united by the tenuous grasp of Hedwig von Richten. Back then, we were little more than savages and barbarians. Our villages here, little more than mud huts and stone houses. We fought with rocks, stick sharpened by those rocks, had little need or desire for metal. But we were given iron, we were given steel, and given a task. We guard the lake, not just from what's in it, but from anyone going down there and disturbing what's in it. That is our solemn task, and one we have taken very seriously, most seriously. It is a sworn duty to our people.
What's in it that's so bad?
Legends say it's a beast. Some say it's a great treasure. We don't know for sure. We don't go down there. Not all the way to the bottom, at least. There are those that have attempted it, but they felt like they were being watched. It was unsettling, you see. Far too unsettling. I must admit, whenever I was a young lass, I entertained the idea, but quickly disavowed of that notion.
What would happen if outsiders attempted?
Without any kind of blessing, he would be killed on the spot. Indeed,
So there is a way to
even
get blessed.
Theoretically, yes. Should all the Tide Mothers, all the Brood Mothers, decide that they wish you to be allowed admittance? Yes. But that has never happened.
That has never happened yet.
The good work you do, should this something happen tomorrow, will go a long way to convincing the 8 of us. We're all of a similar mind. We want things to be straightforward, peaceful. We're trained for war, but we certainly don't ask for it. I believe that
Fair
might have
enough.
what's gotten many of them so riled up, this prospect of having to fight seriously. Of having to take the skills they've learned and actually use them. Nobody wants to kill a man unless they have to. Nobody wants to see their brothers die.
That is something I can wholeheartedly.
Well, there's plenty of people that need fighting for right now, but none of them are here. Not yet, at least.
You do your part. Well, see that you have your opportunity.
Do you have any idea what we must do to gain the Brood Mother's approval?
As I said, many of them may very well be convinced by your showing tomorrow should something happen, but if not, there are 8 of us, and I'm already on board, and I imagine there are some fair few that will side with you. That is the bridge that will be crossed whenever we reach it, however.
Well then, I thank you for your audience with us. I know how much the people might not look favorably upon it.
They are quite nervous. I'm actually quite surprised that you were able to ally yourself with one of my Tritons so readily. As she motions to M, who's kind of goes, "Yep." But he seems to trust you.
Uh-huh.
Very well. At sun's first light, we will have Arval's remembrance ceremony. I hope to see you and your allies there. And she sort of nods her head and says, I imagine that, unfortunately, you will have to sneak out the way that you came. They'll not appreciate seeing strangers leaving out the front door, even with a writ or a missive from myself. So, unfortunately, you will have to
Quite all right.
swim back out. But your task is pretty much, given before you.
Set in stone.
It's if you there's this idea that at Arval's remembrance ceremony, when they dedicate this pauldron of his to the deep for him giving his life in service to the Empire, which it seems like the majority of the Tritons view this as an honorable and good death, even though he did leave. But there are those that there's a small minority within the ranks that view this as him deserting his post, and there's the potential that it could erupt into some form of violence or riot at the remembrance ceremony. And so you're tasked with making sure that, with helping quell that should it rise up.
Fair enough.
That is the plan. That is the plan. Go ahead and start reloading scenes. Alright. By the time you do get back to the ship, it is late. Quite late. And you have to be up at first light. Is when the remembrance ceremony is. So, Reed...
Good thing I only need to sleep 4 hours.
Good thing you only need to sleep 4 hours. Reed, you're not going to get a long rest. Which you don't need it, but you're going to start exerting exhaustion, pretty much, as you do not get to sleep.
All right. So,
You're
do
going
I get a point of exhaustion
you're gonna
now,
take a
or is
point
that
of-
not just? or is that-
you're going to take a point of exhaustion.
I actually have no idea how to add that to my thing.
I think the first level is just disadvantage on skill checks.
Yeah, it's disadvantage on ability checks,
here we
basically.
go.
So it's pretty minor.
He's so
Yeah.
tired.
All right.
Unfortunately, you do not get to rest more than a little bit of a snooze, and it's not enough to completely sate you, so you do suffer a point of exhaustion. That being said, you are up bright and early at first light,
Okay.
ready to... in your heart of hearts, you know that what you're doing is good, you know? Arvald was a dedicated guard of the Empire. He did his duty, and at the end of the day, these Tritons and Sea Elves, they are members of the Empire. That's their job. And so there's, and plus, you want to make sure he's properly shown to rest. And that's good.
Alright. Before we get off the ship, and I know Lou just disappeared, I want to bring Alakul into the fold about the eyes of goddamn Vecna under the water.
Great.
I mean, presumably eyes of Vecna, or something that has eyes of... or something similar to it. I don't know. There you go. Long story short. Oh no! There's people rolling for HP in the chat! Something sus!
You're sus. Your face is sus.
I know.
That sussy bussy.
Help if I actually...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I did, by the way, Lou, I said before we left in the morning that I'd tell you guys about the eyes of Vecna shit under the lake.
Fantastic.
Yeah, super fantastic. I'll take that as an acknowledgement from Lou.
Well then, okay, well we're not going to the lake right now, but
Well, I'm just informing you that that is the worst case scenario. The thing they're guarding the lake is eyes of Vecna or something with eyes of Vecna.
in that case, when we go into the lake, I will be taking, you know, a bag or something to put them in
Yeah.
before we destroy them.
Also,
Ain't touching
on
that shit.
prophecy discussion, black depths, as the water is described as inky black under there. Possible?
Yeah, I saw you put that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Alright, let me gather all the people on Skyweaver who are gonna be at the things. We got Alakul. We got not Ito, because he sucks. We got Reed. We got Henley. We got Bruce. And we got... Where is Aruna's token? Did I accidentally delete Aruna's token from the sky?
Oh no, she's up. She's up.
She's on the what? Oh,
I'm
on
on the
top.
front.
Alright, so I got the 5 of you.
That's the bow, right? I don't know my ships.
Copy. Go ahead and copy everyone and paste them into the sea.
Oh no. Now my real question has been, is Max been trying to talk this entire time? Because I see him light up but I don't hear him.
If he was, I honestly have no clue.
I forgot he was here.
I didn't.
I saw him light up a couple times, but
Max, if you're trying to talk, nobody can hear you. Are you alive?
I'm gonna leave Discord real quick because my mic's cutting out.
Okay. I guess he's dead.
Yeah, well, shit happens. Look at those birds. This is pretty fucking cool looking.
All right. I imagine. So the ceremony is going to take place up here. This is the token for the matron. You can array yourselves wherever you would like to be on the map.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the ping where she was.
Where exactly is? Okay,
She is.
Oh, I see.
She's up there. Yep. Are you bringing Adelaide with you to fight?
Oh god.
She froze up that last battle.
Do we like ask her if she's up to it? Or...
We probably shouldn't if she could be possessed by the eyes of Vecna.
Oh god, can you imagine the fucking Empress? Jesus Christ.
She could, from here, no. She'd have to come into contact with them.
Yeah.
Besides, we're not actually going to the Eyes of Ecta right now.
Right now, it's just the ceremony of remembrance for Arvold.
Where, like, I know these are, like, just random tokens on the thing, but where are the bulk of the people, like, hanging out?
They're in groups of 3. There's one group of 3 right here, there's one group of 3 right here, and there's one group of 3 down here. Bursting out. And
Okay.
this is just a representation. Technically, there are probably a group of maybe 100 or so, but
Yeah.
the other guards are dealing with them. That's why you don't see any other of your allied guards on the map or any of their other enemy guards. It's an abstraction of it.
I would,
Yeah.
or at least, what? I'll ask Colin to see, like, where would be the most respectful place while still being close enough to defend them should something happen.
Probably right about there. That's fine. Near, but not like breathing down her neck.
Man,
Yeah.
would they think I'm crazy if I'm up on this cool ass skull?
Probably not.
Okay. I'm gonna hang out up on the skull and watch.
That'd probably be a better place for a sniper, you know? Maybe someone with a crossbow.
Or somebody with 120-foot firebolt range.
You say, Ito, we might have to fight. He goes, Battlebots! And goes back to sleep.
Excellent.
Alright.
I can't imagine going to see BattleBots in person being fun.
Well, apparently he got upgraded to the box seats or something.
Yeah, but you're like, what, 100 feet away or 50 feet away and just watching the two robots just smack into each other?
Well, Rick, when the hot motor oil flies onto your face in the heat of battle, you'd think differently.
Alright.
Maybe.
Matron,
Probably not.
the brood mother Matron Coralia, stands in the morning sunlight. You can see there are many Triton and Sea Elves gathered around to pay their final respects to a fallen brother, as she lifts the pauldron into the air and it glitters with sunlight. You can make out the circular seashell design on it, as she says, Arvold, one of our own, gave his life in defense of his duty and of our empire. We remember his tasks. I remember him when he was little more than a hatchling, rising up through the ranks. He was always headstrong, willing to do things that others may not be willing to do. And she almost turns pointedly and looks at the people behind her. He left this village in a time where people needed to be out there, defending more than just the borders of this lake. A fate that many others are having to share at this moment. For too long, the people of Feist have looked inward, and it is now time that we look outward in the Empire's time of need. We have our orders, that is to be sure. But sometimes you have to take chances. Sometimes you have to be willing to step out of your comfort zone, to spread yourself a little bit thin. So as I commit this final piece of Arvald to the blackened depths below, I hope that you all see him as an example, not to be bound here, that you can answer the Empire whenever it calls to you and whenever it needs you. And at this point, as she's talking, there's just an eruption of a riot. And the mere thought that she would dare say that they need to shirk the duty they've been sworn to here at the lake and possibly leave and go out into the Empire. And that is when you roll initiative as soon as I add your token. So that is initiative. That is initiative. That is
Damn. I'm gonna use the portent dice to get a better initiative.
Do not do that.
Do it.
I was about to make fun of Alakul for his initiative roll, and then I got 2 more than him. Not
Do
very
it.
good. Henley, roll for initiative. God damn it.
1 second, I'll be right back. My computer fucked up.
He's dead.
Oh my god, I can roll his initiative.
Oh shit.
It's high.
Damn, dude.
Alright. The fighting has broken out. Waves of Triton soldiers crashing against Sea Elf and Triton soldiers. The mere thought, the audacity that she would dare say they shirk their duty to the lake and expanded outwards to look at a bigger picture, a wider picture. Why, that's downright blasphemous. Actually, this is the wrong makeup that these needs to be. There we go, that's the right token. It's 2 shore stalkers and a tide, master of waves. Alrighty.
Alright.
Oh my god, Gracie, nobody's here. The baby's not coming today.
Ha! False alarm, maybe.
Alright.
Oh, I'm on the top of the round. Read that shit.
Well,
I wasn't even paying attention to that.
I was trying to give Rick time, since he's close to the top of the round, give time to get back. But Bruce, go ahead.
Bruce!
For
Boom.
the docks to load.
Oh, you're just loading in?
Yeah.
Go for it,
Hang on a
Bruce.
second, give me a second. I need to turn this fucking down.
I am loaded.
Alright.
Kick their ass, Bruce.
Bruce!
Colin.
Yeah.
The chick with the border is our ally, correct?
Yes.
Okay, okay, just making sure.
I am going to spend the key points. I'm gonna cast Ice Knife that group in front of me.
Give him the ice
On
knife.
that guy. Give him the Ice Knife!
Me like ice knife.
And it don't fucking work in Forge or Foundry, whatever the hell, so I'm gonna do it on this. That is a 7 to hit, so that is not it.
A 7 total? It's unfortunate.
Yep, yep. But it hit or miss and explodes, yay!
It lands on the dock
So-
near them, unfortunately missing him, but still exploding in a shower of icy knives.
Alright, so that's 3 deck saves of, what's the DC?
It's
Oh
your-
wow, that's fucking low. That's DC 12.
It is your monk saving throw DC.
Yeah, key save DC is
He
what's
saved
called.
DC, yes.
You know what? Yeah, 8 plus your proficiency plus your wisdom.
Oh, okay, so that's 14 then.
14,
Okay.
that's better. 1 fails. 2 pass.
Alright.
The one on top fails. This guy up here.
For 6 damage.
Alright, he takes 6 points of damage. But the other 2 are largely unharmed by it. From there it goes.
Hang on, I'm gonna manifest echo. I'm gonna pop him up right there.
Alright.
That'll be my bonus action, and I'll move back here, and that'll be it.
Manifest echo.
My little mud monster pop up out of the water.
You can make your monster pop up out of the water. Let's shoot in random.
Yeah, Beaver, if you want to see it, it's under class features. You got to go down to monk features, and it's under key.
NPC Shadow Horror.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Yep.
God damn, that's definitely buried in my character sheet, though.
Oh yeah.
You should be able to move this token around now, Beaver. You'll have to keep track of stats, but that you can move it to be where it's supposed to be.
I'll have to keep track of its AC, and that's it.
Alright. That being said, if there's nothing else, it goes from Bruce to Henley.
Bruce. Little Brucey. Yo, is that Legion from Mass Effect? Oh, no, that's not Legion. Fuck, what's the name of it?
What is that thing in
What is
front of
that
him?
artwork?
That's That's Bruce's Echo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's an echo.
Yes, and
fighter.
it is flavored to made out of earth, so it like popped out of the sea muck.
Okay, then it looked like a ghost. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Where's that artwork from? Because that looks familiar as fuck.
That is an official D&D token, so it's a Shadow Horror token.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's my movement.
Ooh. This party.
Colin, I'm gonna use my bonus action, and I'm gonna use my shift.
The initiative tracker not started for anybody else?
There.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if I was bugged out.
And then I'm going to dash over here.
I'll back just a second.
I'm gonna get to there.
Give him the D! The Henley D. Alright. You see them rising up from this side. You dash forward to aid the people on this side, essentially. Anything else from Henley?
No, that's it. I gain 10 base shoot from my shifting thing. I'm trying to see how much it is. But other than that, no, I'm good. That's my turn.
And we'll go to the Triton group. So, it is going to cast Summon Water, or all the Triton Tide Master of Waves going to cast Summon Water Weird. They're all three going to take that. So, first one's going to summon 2 Water Weirds. In the water. These guys are going to move up 5, 10, swim 50. Swim 30. They will dash. Start swimming this way. These bad boys right here. He's also going to use summon water weird. So we're gonna summon. He's also going to summon.
I don't like these guys.
All right. That's the master or the master of waves actions. These guys dashed, but it's going to go to the shore stalkers.
Oh, that's the water weird.
Yep. They're going to charge towards you, Henley. This guy's just going to move back here. This one right
What I was hoping for.
here is going to use his urchin-spined short sword attack. It's going to be a 15 versus armor class.
That misses.
And then his second attack is going to be a 24 versus armor class.
That does hit.
You take 5 points of piercing damage and 8 points of poison damage. This one right here, this one up here closer to you, is going to cast Gust of Wind to try to push you into the water. Give me a strength saving throw.
Noise.
I'm assuming I passed with an 18.
Yes, it was only a DC 12, so. But it lifts its arms up and casts a gust of wind trying to knock you into the water. You're able to hold fast, finding your footing, and are only pushed back maybe a foot or two before regaining your footing. But,
I'm back.
all right, and then it goes to these final two. They're going to spread out a little bit. I guess they're going to attack the shadow mouse or your echo, since you summoned it right in front of them. It's going to be one attack. It's going to be an 8. It's going to miss, I imagine. Second attack is going to be a 22 versus armor class.
He pops.
All right.
Rip.
That pops him. So I'm gonna just move it over here so I don't have to worry about if you resummon it.
Yeah,
same
I'll
time,
resummon him, yeah.
But that frees this one up to go 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna charge forward. He's gonna make one urchin spine short sword attack against Reed. It's gonna be a 6. The second is gonna be against Bruce, Yeah, 2 6s. 2 critical failures. But he does run up and get right in your face. Alright. That's it for the Masters, the Tritons, the Rebel Tritons it goes to read.
If it needed to be said, try to incapacitate, not kill, and... Well, we're just gonna go ahead and start off,
Fuck that shit, mark
the
'em.
unarmed strike.
They made their choices.
23.
That'll hit.
So he takes 14.
Right.
20
That'll hit.
for another 13. And then, you know what, since we're doing so well, gonna move through him, and we will start with the, flurry of blows.
Your baby form dances between his legs.
The first flurry of blows is a 19
That'll hit.
or 14.
Right,
Damn!
That is enough to take him out.
Woohoo! Non-lethally.
No, he's dead. He dies. His next
Too
crack.
fucking late.
You do it non-lethally, but he falls face down in the water and drowns, even though he can breathe underwater.
Oh my god, it's a Kinku Tower all over again. God, Reed.
Fucking
Hey, man.
murderer.
The rules actually say you can do it when you do the damage.
Murderer.
Oh god, he made the sack that allows him to swim and breathe underwater explode inside
But
of
he
him.
is unconscious, so he's down.
That's gonna be a 15 against this one.
15. That'll hit. These are basic mooks, so...
And you know what? Just to make people happy, I will do the stunning strike.
Good. Spend the key
So he
points.
needs to make a con saving throw.
21.
It was a DC 16, so he's good.
So he's fine. For now. I mean, he's beat up pretty badly already. Because they're not big, burly, strong boys. Goes to... Aruna.
Okay. So, I know these guys are fighting us because we're in the way, but are they specifically gunning for her?
They have started rushing towards her, yes.
Okay. So... This is gonna be dumb. I'm gonna...
I will
do
say,
a
you
little
do see this group down here that's swimming in the water. They're not running up the walkways.
Okay. I'm gonna go down here, and I am going to cast a spell, as you might imagine. Give me
No
a
way.
memento. It's weird. I am a wizard. I do these things. Why is it not letting me do this?
Cast Fireball.
No, they're in the water.
No, cast Fireball.
No,
Cast Fireball! You have one spell.
that's true.
I mean, when you get to 5th level, are there any other spells?
I'm gonna actually do this. I'm gonna cast Animate Object on this fucking skull.
Sure, why not?
Because I assume that counts as huge, right? 15 by 15?
Sure, why not?
Fuck yeah. Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna command it to go fight these motherfuckers down yonder.
Yon motherfuckers.
Yep. And then, so I said 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna go start heading towards our broodmother friend.
Alright. Does it get its own initiative, or does it move immediately after you, basically?
I am checking. As a bonus action, you can mentally command any creature. If you command multiple creatures, blah, blah, blah. You decide what action the creature will take and where it will move during its next turn, or you can issue a general command.
So it gets its own turn.
Yes.
Alright.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
But yeah, I want it to try to go occupy or fight like these guys, and specifically the bigger, scarier dude, I guess. Because there's no one in their way currently.
Alright, and you used animate dead?
Animate object,
Animate object?
which I assume a skull counts as an object.
I'll allow it. I'm just trying to see the extent of what it can do.
Yeah. Huge attack, it has +8 to hit, and it has 2d12 plus 4 damage.
Sure. And 80 hit points, okay. Let me make its hit
But yeah,
points 80.
It follows commands
Because
until...
we're using the stat block of an adult blue Draco Lich, which has 200 health points.
Okay. But yeah, it follows its commands until I tell it to stop or it dies.
Okay.
So, but that's me.
It goes to Alec Cool.
Okie dokie. So we got. Is this thing Klaus's thing? Just change the border.
That thing is just off the map right now.
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that wasn't also.
It got
enemy.
bursted,
You know, that's...
but I don't have a choice of what border to use whenever I make the token through boundary.
It was just borderless like these water weirds are for me at first. So I was wondering because it changed. I was wondering. Okay.
In the water, isn't it weird?
Um.
Oh my.
I guess I'm just gonna shapeshift this turn. Where in the fuck is my thing? I'm gonna use my wild shape for the starry form. And I am going to do... I'm gonna do the Archer constellation.
Archer. Ooh. A change from the Chalice.
Yeah. If anyone dies, it's not my fucking problem.
You can just blame the matron. It's her people.
Yeah.
Name. Reported for not doing what he usually does.
And then...
I can't believe he's trying to be versatile.
I'm going to... 60 feet... 60 feet, right? Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna use the Archer attack on that feller. So, ranged spell attack.
He says, fight me, you won't.
Can I just make a generic spell attack? God damn it! All of mine are saves.
I mean, your spell attack is +8.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So 21.
Alright.
I hit him.
It manages to, as he's swimming towards you, it blasts him straight in the face.
Alright. That does a D8 plus my wisdom plus 5. I think.
Art thou wise?
So that's 12 damage to him.
Pretty good damage against the mooks.
Yep. And that's it for me.
Blasts him straight in the face. It is going to go to the bottom of the round. It is going to go to the matron, who is going to, seeing them close in, continue the ceremony. She's got to make a religion check. A good religion check, alright. Goes to Bruce.
Bruce!
There's water
Alright,
weirds
here.
flying up. Your echo got knocked the fuck out.
Alright. Bruce is gonna raise one knee. Pop his clone back up out of the mud. behind this guy. And then he's gonna launch and throw another knee at this motherfucker. And just do unarmed strikes. So don't want to kill him.
Join me.
Although I'm still, I guess I'm technically armed still with a punch dagger, but it's still a D6. Right? Okay, plus 9.
Gotta get that crit.
Woo!
Max damage.
Alright, that's 11
You're using.
or 13, depending on how you want to phrase it.
Well, you've got a +1 weapon, so.
Well,
Your
I'm
kin-
not using the weapon though.
You're not using your sweet kendo sword.
I don't want to kill him!
All right. Your sweet kendo ice punch dagger. How much damage?
That'll be 11.
All right, he's still standing.
And then I will do my next attack.
Wow. Okay, so the fates were not kind on that one. Double ones. Should have been a halfling.
You hate to see it.
Should have gotten bountiful luck.
Right.
Here you go.
Well, here's the thing. Is I'm also a fighter, so I can do this. Action surge.
Right. Take another action.
Missed twice again.
Yep.
So wait, is that another full action?
You don't get
Yep.
another bonus action.
Yeah.
You get another.
Well,
another
yeah, but
full
if
action.
you choose
No,
to
you
do
get
the
another
attack
full
act,
action.
you
If I
get
do-
two again.
If I
yeah,
if I do
so
attack
if he has,
this
so if you have extra attack and you action surge, you get 2 additional attacks.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's
Yeah,
not like
but, I mean,
it's
at
not
least-
like the haste action, which is just you get a bonus attack action or an extra action that you can use to make a melee basic attack. They get a full action.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you have advantage, but
It's not helping me.
you still got an 11, which is not enough.
Holy shit, Beaver's is rolling my
Yeah, that's
dice.
better.
What
A
the fuck?
one, a 1 and a 2.
A 26
A 26 for minimum damage.
for minimum damage, but it's still standing.
Fuck me.
Damage is good damage.
Any damage is good damage.
That's me.
Alright, it goes to Henley. With water weirds and tritons closing in, and a
Alright.
giant dragon skull beast coming up behind you.
Bark, bark.
I'm just trying to remember what my things do. Because I have to remember which fucking form I want to use.
Form of pterodactyl.
Dude, I wish.
Form of bucket of ice water.
I can't see a thing where it describes what they do. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm gonna rage, and I'm gonna take on the tail.
Alright. The bony chitinous plate extends that are basically make a outer rib cage for you, fuse together, almost making a back brace that and it extends outward in vertebrae that end in a sharp spike. You now have a tail, a bony tail with a scorpion spike at the end.
Colin, when I attack with my swords, I get my attack, my extra attack, and then I get my offhand attack, correct?
When you attack with your swords, you get your what?
I don't know if I'm considered dual wielding, right? So I get the bonus, so I can get a bonus
You're
attack.
considered dual wielding.
Okay. Well, I still have my swords this time. I'm gonna attack the one in front of me, and I'm not gonna be lethal, I guess.
Why Why not make it lethal? Just stab him in the throat. He was asking for it.
I don't think I hit with a 15.
I mean, against mooks, yeah, they're supposed to be
okay.
very weak.
The water weirds we gotta watch out for.
And then my second attack against the 29.
They'll both hit.
13 for the first one. Wait,
Alright.
no, 15 because the +2 for my rage.
I is ragey boy.
And then the second one's gonna be 8 damage.
That's fair enough. 13 and what? 18?
One under it.
13 and 8.
8. 13 8. Alright, he's still standing, but hurt pretty badly. So you've used your bonus action to rage, and now you've slashed out with both your swords, catching him in the neck, as you now are also brandishing a very impressive tail.
Thank you.
What are you looking at, Mason? Get the fuck out of here. No one loves you. Alright. Is there anything else from Henley?
Oh, I'm gonna use I'll use an infectious fury on him. So
You give him chlamydia.
he's gonna I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna make him attack the thing closest to him on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw.
Alright. You're gonna try to make him turn and swing at his buddy. Monster. Wisdom is not good. 15.
He ties it.
Just barely passes.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alright. It goes to massive, angry skull boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I can roll the attack and stuff.
And
I have stat.
I'm trying to see, let's see.
He can only move 30 feet hovering.
30 feet hovering? Okay. Go.
Oh, hover after this fucking Tidemaster guy down here.
Where do you want him to go? 30 feet?
This was the group that wasn't occupied, so I want him to go after that Tidemaster guy specifically. And I guess he might as well dash, because he can't do anything else.
You can get down about right there.
Yep. So that if, like, at least one of those guys tries to move at his range, you can bite him or something.
Alright. He'll dash, and the animated skull, as it slowly lifts off a giant fish skull, rushing forward, passing through the fighting crowd below you. Alright. That is it for them. Or the skull, because it dashed.
Yup.
Alright. It is gonna go to the enemy's turns. Alright, I'm just gonna move them around. Are you sure you didn't want to send help for Henley? Gonna move over here.
I don't know, Henley.
Just gonna
Aww.
move over here. This one's just gonna move right here.
Of
Staying in
course
the
you did.
water.
You just flew with us for a bit. You met him back in,
You've been flying
or
with him
whatever.
technically you've been flying with him for like a while, in a way.
I know.
Alright,
I'm worried about our girl down here.
it's actually gonna move up to get its nice flanking bonus on
Oh,
Henley.
God. Henley, no.
It's gonna constrict with advantage. That is gonna be a 24 versus armor class.
1 second. Okay, I'm gonna use the tail's reaction to try to gain AC against it.
Okay.
I have a 25 AC, so
Alright.
misses.
Managed to use
Damn.
the tail to block it out.
Sick.
Alright. This one is
that big
going.
ass tail.
This one is going to attack with its urchin spine short sword. It's only going to be an 8. To make its second attack. It'll be a 22. Does that armor stay until the end of your turn?
says applying an AC bonus to your AC equal to the number roll, potentially causing attack to miss. It
Okay.
does not say.
So it does not stay till the end of your turn. So does a 22 hit?
Yes.
For 5 piercing and 8 poison. This one will also make its 2 Urchin Spine short sword attacks. Be a 24 and a 16.
The 24 hits.
Alright, you take 4 points of piercing and 13 points of poison. And then this one,
Wait 1 second. Because I have to cut it in half in my head. So sorry.
then this one is going to start casting a spell.
Colin, what were the second 2 damages I took?
4 piercing, 13 poison.
Which thing's casting a spell, Colin?
It's not casting a spell. It was part of its attack, basically. But this guy down
Okay.
here is going to start casting a spell
Okay.
through the area. As you can see, he's powering up. He's firing his lasers. Powering up
Oh my
lasers.
God. Bah.
It's a telegraphed attack, so you know you don't want to fucking get hit by it. Alright. We go down here to the skull. It can't grapple it, but it can still try to attack it with its constrict attack, and it does have advantage against the skull. It's flanked. It's gonna be a
Slowing him down.
22 versus armor class.
I'm pretty sure he has an AC of 10.
Alright, so it takes 17 points of damage.
Yep.
This one is going to make its Urchin Spine short sword attacks against it. I don't know if animated objects take poison damage.
Can
That
it?
feels-
It's
I
name
said,
an object.
Can it?
I think that's gonna be up to your discretion
Let me
because
look
it
up
doesn't specify.
animate objects.
Yeah, it just says it has HP. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I don't know.
It makes sense that it would take poison damage when there's nothing in it to be poisoned.
So, how much damage did it take on the first hit?
It
Sorry.
take 4
Okay.
points of damage. Or no, on the first tick, it took 15. Second, it takes 4.
Oh, this guy's not gonna last too long, I don't think. He's blowing him down. That's what matters.
Dash 4. Get up here. This one's going. He'll also start swimming around. He's not going to dash. He is going to cast Ray of Frost at the beast. He had 26 versus armor class for 14 damage.
Yeah.
That's all he can do. Alright. We go to this water weird. It's gonna try to constrict you, Bruce. 19 versus armor class.
That it?
Alright. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage and you are grappled.
Oh no.
Or restrained, essentially. Damn, calm the fuck down. Missions. Okay. This one right here is gonna do the same constrict attack against Reed. It's only gonna be 17 though. Not a good
That's a
roll.
miss.
And then this one is going to charge his lasers. Actually, he's gonna
one?
charge it up through there to try to hit basically everybody up through in this line, including the Tide Matron, the Matron Mother.
Oh no.
And unfortunately, Bruce, you are grappled currently, so you'll have to try to break out of it to escape this line. Reed, you're not currently in it. And that is it for their turns. It goes to Reed. Your boy Bruce is bound up in a water elemental. It's watery tendrils wrapping around it, pulling it towards the water as the basically Master of Waves is preparing an onslaught of ice magic to pierce through him when he can't move.
Alright, let's go ahead. I'm going to start with the unarmed strike against this one. That is a 26.
Yep, that'll hit. I forgot to make him attack, but that'll knock him out. I imagine you're just knocking him unconscious.
Yes, knocking him unconscious.
I am unconscious.
Then I'm going to throw the Ghost Chain Dart at this one. That is a crit.
Right.
So that is... Actually, isn't that the highest it can do?
It's the maximum damage you can
13.
do.
Then I would like to pull him in. So that is a strength, strength athletics. Oh wait, shit, I have disadvantage. Ugh, I rolled shitty anyway.
It rolled a 22.
The water? I was doing this dude.
Oh, that dude? Oh, okay. It rolled a... I mean, it's... I'll roll
Still, it
re-rolling
would be
It's a
nuts.
23.
It rolled even better.
Jesus Christ, you rolled even better.
Even if I took the whatever, it wouldn't. Shit, I forgot that was an ability check. Or I forgot that I had disadvantage.
The point of exhaustion. It comes back to haunt you.
1, 2, 3. So I will take the opportunity attack from this dude.
Okay. It will just make its, gonna miss.
Sweet. Then I will, it's gonna unarmed strike. That is a 22.
That will hit.
He takes 12, and then I will use a key point to try to stun him. So that is a Constitution saving throw.
Actually, it hits. He is going to use his reaction to cast Frigid Shield, which gives him 10 temporary hit points.
Damn it.
And if the attack hits and reduces the temporary hit points to 0, you take 2d8 cold damage. Did you do more than 10 points of damage?
Yes, it was 12.
Alright, so it does immediately burst it, and you take 8 points of cold damage.
Alright. Okay, but so.
But now
am I
you
still
can
able-
you can stun him still.
Yeah, so
You can
stun
give him
him.
the stun.
It's a Constitution saving.
14.
All right, it goes through. DC 16.
All right. It knocks out his ray attack. Those key points are there to be spent.
And that's really all I can do.
Right.
Good shit. Oh boy. 5, 10.
Okay. He is sufficiently stunned.
Cool. I moved down here, Colin. Gold getting his ass absolutely fucking in. I'm gonna. Is it just like a free action to ask her a quick question since I'm by her?
Sure. You can see she's concentrating on the ceremony, she's saying the final words of remembrance to Arvald.
Yeah. How long is it gonna take to finish the ceremony?
She says it
If she's-
should only take a few moments.
Okay, a few moments in D&D terms, a round or two. Phenomenal.
Or a single round.
Or a single round, yeah.
Yeah, that works. Go on to. Just goes last.
Can't really tell how well everyone's doing because we're so fucking far apart and I can't even see Henley technically.
Fortunately, I can't go the 120 feet to stun the other one.
Yeah, I can't really do much about that either. Okay.
Well, on the bright side, at least they didn't roll 4 water weirds, they only rolled 2.
That's true. I feel like things can turn really bad really quick for this lady, and I know we need to keep her alive. So I'm gonna unfortunately drop the skull, as cool as it is, Colin,
You suck.
because
Aww.
The
I
skull
know.
doesn't drop, it just keeps on fighting through sheer cool.
okay, stick. Well, I have to drop concentration on it. So if that's what you want to do, Colin.
Joke's on
Fuck
you,
yeah.
it's mad and it comes and attacks
Colin's
you.
No.
I was like, look, man, I put a lot of effort into getting that picture and giving you the stat block and everything. It's happening.
No, he had
Yeah.
those on standby.
Alright.
Come on.
Well,
Unfortunately, the skull collapses into the water as you change your concentration.
It slowed him down for a turn. That's fine.
It did, it hurt this one pretty badly.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Wall of Force, everyone's favorite spell, so I'll burn my 2nd and 5th level. And I'm gonna make a Dome of Force around me and the Matron Mother. Well, actually, no, I'll just make it... No, yeah, I'll make it around us, I think.
Okay. You want to trap yourself behind the wall of force?
No,
You can't shoot
Yeah,
through that.
that's true, I cannot. But... yeah, I want her to finish her thing. Let me read this real quick. I'm a circle dome or a sphere with a radius up to 10 foot. So I can make a 10 foot by 10 foot sphere around her while she finishes her ritual.
Okay. You don't have to trap
And if
yourself
she-
in it. You can like make it like somewhere around here, so she's
Yeah,
on the edge of it.
And if she needs me to drop it to finish her ritual, I will when she needs me to. But for now, it's to keep her from getting fucking zerged by these guys, hopefully.
Okay, it's like I'm just gonna put it like what is it, 10 foot by 10 foot radius?
Yes.
That's close. We're just gonna we'll put her right in the edge of it.
In retrospect, I didn't need to move closer to her, so I'll just be like here. Well, classic wizard, one and done, baby. I ain't got no bonus actions.
Alright. That was the Alec. Cool. There's one guy right up in your face going blah 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 blah. You dare!
Fish breath is terrible.
His fish breath is terrible as he says, "You have the audacity to promote the shirking of duty? Your death will be swift, and your bones shall join the fishes."
May your eggs never be fertilized.
Fuck him up, Alakul. This guy's a nobody. You're a player
Sorry,
character.
I was muted. If I use my bite attack, does that count as feeding?
Does it count as feeding? Yes. He is a humanoid.
Nice.
Where is my? my bite attack on this thing?
There probably is not a bite attack. It's just a strength-based attack.
Well, all right.
It has a D6 damage dice.
Oh,
You heal for that much hit points.
that's a +2, so a D20 +2. Oh boy, 7.
It's not a great attack for you.
And I guess if I'm going to, even with disadvantage, I'm going to use my bonus action to do the ranged attack.
Okay. Their hit points are not great, so...
Well, never mind. I don't do anything.
Dice giveth,
I actually,
the dice taketh
I
away.
have a question about that. Actually, if you have disadvantage and you use the portent dice, it would still take the lower one, right? Of whichever one you change in the portent dice.
If you have disadvantage, it should take the lower one still.
Okay. So, like in that case, if I replace that 4 with the 14,
It would be a 5.
it would still be 5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
The 5 was my bite attack. The 4
Yeah.
was my
4
was my. Well, it's 4 plus. It is 4 plus 8, so
Well,
12.
it's not quite enough to hit. That being said,
Okay.
you have disadvantage, so you could roll higher and theoretically replace the 4. So you could replace the 4 with a 14 and it would hit.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to get the hypothetical there.
But this guy's not the type of guy you probably want to waste a portent dice on. They're not super strong. But it's gonna go to the Water Genasi, who's going to make her religion check. Unperturbed. It's a 19 plus 6, 25. Another success as she dips the pauldron into the ocean and lifts it up, or into the lake and lifts it up. As you can see, there's pure crystalline water in it now, held like a cup, as she, muttering to herself, pours the water over her own hair. So that's the next part of the witch ritual. It goes to Bruce. You are currently restrained by the water weird.
Woo! Alright, I'm gonna post the text for this so you can read that while I flavor this.
That being said, you
And
don't have to worry
where is
about getting
it?
shot right now.
I'll be right
I
back.
am going to summon mud from the water to cake over Bruce's skin, and then you'll see his form begin to shrink, and then his clone will start to expand as the mud falls away, revealing that they have swapped places.
Alright, so you swap places with your Echo. Pew, pew. Get out of there as your Echo becomes restrained and you are not. Good,
Aha!
good thinking.
What a
Gimmicks when they work.
fucking weeb.
Gimmicks when they work.
Shadow Clone Jutsu!
Ugh. So this is like a mud bath.
You just made... Alright.
So this is an extreme
Someone says,
attack.
can you do the sexy harem jutsu? Pretty good. Good thinking as you switch places.
And I'm going to unarmed attack this motherfucker.
He is stunned.
There is, in fact, actually a
So that's,
mud clone version of the Shadow clone.
so that's good. Since he is stunned, you have advantage on your attack rolls against him.
Nice.
24.
That's 8 damage.
For 8. Alright.
And then another attack. It's a crit.
A crit!
So that's 11. That's 11 damage.
And you're still not using your +1 weapon.
Because I'm not going to kill him.
You would deal an extra plus weapon die on top of that.
That would probably make him bleed and die.
Well, these guys are considerably hardier than the The mooks. These are the masters of waves. They're not the mooks. They're the ones that summon the water weirds and stuff. But those water weirds don't need concentration, so they're just there.
I wonder. You know what? I am gonna do that. I'm gonna expend my martial adept dice. I'm gonna use grappling strike on him.
Okay.
Let's see, where is it? Jesus Christ! I've got all
You're
these
just
things. Where is it?
you're grappling him.
Yeah, immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack on your turn, you can spend your.
It works.
Your...
He's stunned. He automatically fails the saving throw.
Okay. Awesome.
He is restrained.
And then does he take a D4 yet? It's part of the unarmed fighting thing.
I think that's like an actual attack.
No, it's something. It's like a feat or something like that I have that if it's like either at the start of his turn or something like that, he takes like a D4 damage because he's grappled by me.
Yeah, it's like the grappler feat, but I thought that was.
What is the thing that allows that?
Oh, there it is. Unarmed fighting. There it is. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d. Okay, so it's on my turn.
So it's at the start of your turn. You're not at the start.
Yeah,
of your
at the start. Yeah, I'm at the start. So, all right, he's grappled.
He is currently grappled and still stunned until what? The end of Reed's turn. So, or the start of Reed's turn. One of those.
Start of my turn.
All right. So he's currently grappled and stunned. Things are not looking great for this
Until
guy.
the end of my next turn.
So things are not looking good for this guy as he's getting beat up pretty badly. But he still has his water weirds. He doesn't need concentration on those. Alright. If that's it for Bruce, it goes to Henley, who is
Alright.
fighting all on his
In
own.
front of me.
Alright, that guy is beat up pretty badly.
Wait, was it 25?
I'd say a 25 will indeed hit.
It does 9 damage.
But it's not enough to take him out. Almost,
Alright,
though.
hit my second attack then.
Yep.
I'm assuming I don't hit him.
Unfortunately, a 12 does not. Nope, 12 does not quite hit him.
Oh, the, whatchamacallit. My Infectious Fury. I'm gonna do the 2d12 damage.
Alright.
Hit DC 15 Wisdom save.
Wisdom save DC 15. It's gonna be a 3, so
Oh, he takes.
so he is dead.
Okay.
Takes him
And then
out.
I'm going to move
Right.
here so that I only leave the water weird space.
You only leave the water weird space, okay. So he will make a
Yeah.
attack against you, just a basic attack. Only gonna be a 9.
It misses.
Alright, and you get out the ray attack of the guy. The Master of Waves.
Actually, I'm gonna move here, Colin.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm right. And that's my turn.
It goes to the Tritons and the Water Weirds, as this one, Triton down here, fires off his beam of icy energy, but no one is caught.
Wait. I have my bonus extra attack.
Alright.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm still trying to learn how to do this character. I don't think I hit him with the 12,
12,
though, so...
not quite enough. It's
Pass.
close, but not quite.
Alright, pass.
But it fires off its beam of ice energy, but there's nothing in it to hit. But he is going to, that means... So this guy I'm just going to delete because he's dead. They're going to move up. You know what, actually? Well, yeah, they are. They're going to move to flank you, but the water weird can't leave the water, so he is going to leave you. Start moving towards Alec. Cool. But since you're too far away from the water, currently he is not going to bother with you. So this group, they're going to move to flank you. The Tide Master of Waves is going to use Wave Touch. He's flanking you, so he has advantage. Gonna be a 23 versus armor class for 8 points cold damage. He'll use its second Wave Touch attack. 20 versus armor class for 22 points of cold damage. This one will use Urchin Spine Short Sword, 23 versus armor class.
Against me?
Yep.
That hits.
Yeah,
No. Yeah, I haven't used my reaction yet, have I?
You have not used your reaction yet. Although you may want to use it on the Wave Touch attacks.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
And
Alright.
it's probably better to block the 22 cold damage versus the 13 piercing / poison.
That's fair. Alright, it's me then.
Alright, so far you've got a 23 versus armor class for the first Wave Touch, which did 8 cold damage. A 20 versus armor class for 22 cold damage, which is probably the good one to block because it rolled pretty high on its damage dice. And that was it for the the Wave Caller. Then the Shore Stalker.
So the wave touch was the wave touch was a 20.
Yes, the high damage Wave Touch was a 20.
Well, I have an AC of 24 against that.
Alright, so you block the cold damage from the high damage Wave Touch, so you don't take the 22 points of damage. The Urchin Spine Short Sword is a 23 for 5 + 8. And only a 17 after that, so that also does not hit.
Okay, so how much do I take?
You took 8,
Oh, I took 8 damage,
8
right?
points of cold, 5 points
Yep.
of piercing, 8 points of poison. And that is it for everybody on this side of the map. Is going to go to, and this guy moves, so it's going to go to guy 6. This guy's going to dash to get up to Alakul, but that's as far as he can get, so he can't flank you. Guy's gonna start moving up here as well. Alakul, there's gonna be a couple of Urchin Spine Short Sword attacks against you. They don't have advantage because they're not flanking, so it's gonna be a 24 versus armor class. For 9 points of piercing damage and 10 points of poison damage.
Yep.
The second attack is going to be a 12. I don't think the 12 hits.
12 does not hit.
Alright, and that is it for this group. Or, nope, not quite. This guy down here is actually going to move up. He is going to cast a Ray of Frost at Reed for water. Going to be a 21 versus armor class.
That's a miss.
Alright, as it flies over your shoulder. This guy right here is stunned, so he's not doing anything. That being said, this one down here is going to move down. It's going to make a, it's going to reach out and make a constrict attack after you read. 22 versus armor class.
That is also a miss. Thank
Alright.
you, Ring and Kensei.
This one is going to move
Plus
down
2 AC.
and is
Saving me
going
twice.
to make a constrict attack against you, Bruce. Only going to be a 10. Pretty low roll. And that is it for them. As it goes to Reed, this guy will end his stun at the end of your turn.
Yep, that's alright. Damage 22. Perfect. So I'm going to turn around and seeing these 3 water weirds here.
Use Chi
Do
Torpedo.
something that I don't do too often. I'm going to spend 5 key points,
Okay.
and I'm going to cast Bronze Dragon Lightning.
Hey! That's why you went. You got the
So
training.
that is a dexterity. That's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god, I want them to fail
DC
so
of
bad.
16.
Alright. Fail, fail. 3 fails!
And just to make sure,
Hey.
oh shit, it's only 30 feet.
I don't care, just do it.
I thought it was longer for some reason.
Okay, to be fair, if you want an explanation, it's water, and he's shooting lightning. So I think it deserves the extra 30
No,
feet.
it's 30 feet, but they take extra damage because they're water. So you can hit 2 of
Damn
them.
it.
Yeah, it only goes up there.
That's so good.
Damn.
Still
But
very
okay,
good.
Yep. So that is since I spent 5 points, or sorry, why did I say 5 points? It's only 3 points. 1 key point and then 2 extra. It'll do 5d6 though.
Alright. 5d6 damage.
Damn.
Oh my god, 40 huge points of damage as the electricity crackles through them. They're still standing, but they're hurt terribly. Severely
That was my-
diminished by the crackling lightning attacks.
So that was my action, but annoyingly enough, I can't really do a bonus action unless I use an actual attack first. So that kind of
Unfortunately,
ends my turn there.
but hey, you know, you did what? 20, 40, 80 points of damage? That's not bad. That being said, if that's it, it comes to this guy to be unstunned. Still restrained, but unstunned. As it, if there's nothing else, it will go to Aruna.
As soon as my foundry comes back up, I'm
Alright.
getting there.
It will go to Alec Cool with Aruna after Alec Cool.
I don't know why mine froze for some reason.
Felt like for some reason that should have been much closer.
Life hates Alec Cool right now.
Pass. I don't fucking care.
Bountiful luck. No.
I
Would you-
super enjoy not playing.
Would you like to use the 14 Portent dice?
No.
It is
not
there for
worth
a
it.
reason.
It's
Somebody's
still
gotta
not
use
worth
it.
it.
What he's hinting at is that this is the last bit we're gonna do that's gonna need rolls, so someone use it.
Yeah, I don't care.
Nick is getting Rick luck on his dice rolls right now.
So is Beaver.
It's also it's old Nick
Red.
luck that I dislike. I don't like rolling online, and that's why, because it feels real shitty that the dice roller online just goes 1 1 4 1 2 1 1.
Dice do that in real life too when I roll them.
I rolled a 15. I'm a dice god. Did you ever make it back, Tommy?
That remains to be seen.
Just
I've never had.
tell me what you would like to do.
Problem.
You're up there. The 2 water weirds have taken significant damage, and you notice they're weak to lightning damage. If you've got any lightning attacks,
Yeah.
Just tell him what you want, what you really
Tell me,
want.
tell me what
Okay.
you want to do.
So is there any way that I can maneuver myself where I lightning bolt
Like 2 of
the
them.
2 guys that are on Nick? I want to lightning bolt the 2 guys on Nick, and if I can hit the
Sure.
water weird at the bottom too.
I'll allow
I don't
it.
know if
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wait, it's loading. Oh shit.
Unfortunately, my upload speed
we're
is
getting
not
there.
super high, and whenever we get a lot of people on it,
Yep. I normally don't have this problem, so it's kind of weird for me.
I was looking at Foundry, and they recommended
How-
5 megabytes per second upload per person. I was like, that is not going to happen.
What range is your spell?
A lightning bolt should be 60 feet, is it? Or a light?
I'm here to do it now, so.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, no, that should hit.
So you
If you do
can
that line right there.
definitely get a line to pierce through all of them. It's 100 feet, so even better.
Alright, so. Oh, I forgot if I do it on D&D Beyond, it doesn't like.
Crackling
show up
energy, they
on-
have to make a DC 18 dexterity save, you say? They're not great at
Yeah,
them, but
yeah.
they're not bad at them. That is a 6. Oh wait, that's the wrong.
Nice.
Well, no, that doesn't matter. The water weird makes a 6. This guy,
Noise.
it's a 16, so that's a fail. This guy, it is a 15. 3 failures for 96
Alright.
damage.
Zap, zap, zap.
Would you like to
Is
would you like to take the 36 damage that it rolled for you?
Ooh,
I
I
mean,
could roll
that's-
more. I
You could roll more,
more.
but you could roll less.
Honestly, that was a pretty good one. You got a lot of. You got.
Oh, yeah, you got a
three
lot of
that
that.
I think-
lower than average.
I think we take the 36 damage because we already see how much damage it rolls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right, that is
that's fine.
so minus 36. So this guy is dead with minus 36.
Sorry, I can't non-lethally lightning bolt. Sorry,
This guy
everybody.
is dead
Yeah,
with
kinda.
minus 36. And this guy is all
That's
oh,
the
wow.
real reason he wanted you to keep.
This guy really low rolled his HP as this guy Water Weird is also dead. Minus
Phenomenal.
36.
Uh,
It wasn't
that's
me.
the real reason.
But you deal 72
Colin wanted you
points.
to keep it.
You deal 72 points of lightning damage to the Water Weird. Because I'm making it so it is weak against lightning attacks. Because I like environmental damage and stuff.
Hog.
Alright. But an arc of electricity just burns through these 2 Tritons in the Water Weird. Pog out of your mind. Drop some poggers in chats, please. Hit that like, subscribe button to nobody that watches
Slap that
this.
bell.
Slap that bell. Play with them balls. Don't neglect them.
Remember, with Twitch Prime, you
Was
can
it like,
subscribe for
subscribe,
free.
hit that bell?
Technically wrong because I don't have enough people to subscribe to my channel, you fool. I'm not a partner. Goes to the Water Ganassi. She is going to make her religion check. Her last 2 have been very good. That's a 1. She
I give
fails.
her the 14.
If everyone's okay with the 14, that'll pass this religion check. That's the last religion check she has to make.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
care.
Alright, the ritual is
I mean, no one else is using it.
after she pours the water into her hair from the pauldron, she holds it in place, looking over it. So, Arvald, we commit you to the deep, so that even in afterlife you might serve to protect this lake, and the Empire and the people that you so dearly loved. And you can see lips tremble slightly. I remember you, Arvald. I remember you. And she tosses the pauldron into the lake, and slowly it sinks down
Yay.
through the surface. And the final rites of Arvald, who, even though he was a minor character, is still someone that devoted himself to the Empire and gave his life for it. His final rites, and that obviously satisfactory for right.
That's beautiful. As he body slams the guy to the fucking dock.
Read. Give me a religion check.
Yeah. Would you believe
Oh,
I'm
shit.
actually not good at these? That's a 6.
I mostly want to see how you react to a certain thing. I think, Lou, your role-playing and adherence to making sure people are given a proper burial, your devotion to Kalimvor, your regret over killing the Kenku, has absolutely earned basically in the mythic, the Theros guide, there is basically the mythic Odyssey of Theros. There is there's a worship basically ability You gain as you gain points of worship, you gain certain abilities. I think you've absolutely earned that, and just like I think at this point Nick has earned it to the Mantis Queen. So I'm gonna look at what those are.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, you already said a while ago on Piety 3. That's what
Yeah.
you're referring.
I think your piety is raised up enough that you are absolutely getting a trait. Alright. But I'll look at what those are, because they don't have technically the same god. They don't have Kelemvor and they don't have the Mantis Queen. I'll have to look for a rough equivalent, essentially.
Alright.
Alright, it goes to Bruce. You don't know what is happening to you, Reed, but you feel a warmth.
Bruce.
The ritual is done.
But
These
these guys
people
are
have
still...
they're still fighting, but they have no reason to fight at this point. It's done.
Well, I'm gonna give him less reason to fight. I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna use him as an improvised weapon, and I'm gonna attack this guy with him.
Alright.
And because I'm a fighter, I'm gonna get 2 extra attacks. I'm gonna get an extra attack on this.
He is gonna try to resist. You do have to make an athletics check against him, but his athletics is not great.
Mine's fantastic.
He got a 19.
Wow.
Rip. I think. Well, hang on. I don't have advantage.
But
Yeah.
Beaver, Laporte and dice.
It's already been
It
used.
is.
Already
Use it.
been used.
Yeah. we
Oh
already
no, I
used it.
forgot.
Not enough.
Damn.
God damn it! The dice taketh away today.
You fucking high
But what
rolled.
about the rule of cool?
The rule of cool was allowing you to do it at all.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Oh, never mind. It's only dexterity that has disadvantage. Oh no, he rolled an athletics check. Oh well.
Well, he still takes 2 damage from being grappled.
He takes 2 points of damage. Hey, they don't have a huge health point. That's not insignificant damage right there.
Well, that was, I guess, my action, and all that.
All right, Henley. It goes to you. You're
I guess I'll just move him.
currently surrounded
Oh, no,
on
no,
2
he's grappled.
sides by a fucking master of waves and his little apprentice, the shore stalkers. But the water weird has broken off and gotten his ass murked, pretty much.
I'm gonna attack the Master of Waves.
Alright.
I hit him with the 20, I
A
assume.
20 will hit.
I hit him with the 23, I assume.
23 will hit.
I hit him with the 23, I assume.
Yes. The first 20 he will put up the Frigid Shield reaction. Give himself 10 temporary hit points.
Okay.
But all 3 are hits.
I'm just trying to see how much damage I'm gonna roll all at one time. 1d8 plus 6.
Well, you might want to roll it in separately because the 20 is a Frigid Shield, and if it breaks on that attack, it deals damage.
Okay. It breaks.
Alright, it does break, but he takes 6 points of damage as you pass through his temporary hit points, and you take 7 points of cold damage.
And then the second and third attack together do 19 damage.
That is big damage.
And then he has to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or take 2d12 damage.
Rolled a 12.
Big damage.
Takes 2d12 damage.
Yeah, damage.
Barbarian.
14 damage.
Hey, That's high rolling, technically.
That is a lot of damage.
Alright, he's hurt pretty badly at this point. He's still standing, but he's pretty beat up. Is there anything else from Henley's Weizenkin?
No, that's my turn.
Alright, since the ritual is done, they have to make there has to be a charisma save to continue the fight, essentially. Oh boy, that is a 5.
Nice.
This Tide Caller is going to take the disengage action, and he's actually going to just break his concentration. 5, 10. He's just gonna run. It looks like they've given up, essentially. The fight is done. They failed. He's gonna disengage and run.
Well, that's good, because that's what I was going to do on my turn, was try to convince them to, you know, lay down their arms and end it.
They're all just gonna disengage. It looks like, Reed, it goes to your turn. It looks like, and this guy's gonna probably move back here. The ritual is done.
What about this?
Which one? Oh yeah, he's
water
gone.
weird.
Yep, they're all gone. They've given up. The ritual is completed. They were unable to commit in the commission to the sea that Arvald received. Many of their number are dead or unconscious, and so they retreat backwards. They just give up. This guy was restrained, but let's put him back in place. I'm not even gonna make him try to break free from you. He just gives up. The other ones run. The one that's restrained just drops his weapons. And you win!
Seeing their unwillingness to continue the fight, Reed is just going to ignore them and come back up. And
Right.
with permission from the Coraudia, say his own small prayer to Arnvald.
Alright.
Or Arvald.
I imagine we're out of the combat at this point unless somebody wants to walk up and kill the retreating people.
Oh,
No, I'm good.
I sent 2 of them to their gods.
It seems unwise to get on the matron's good side to kill people that have given up, honestly. So they retreat away. Their faction severely
Even if they're
diminished.
backstabbing bastards.
The matron turns to you and as you stand next to him, you stand next to her in silent contemplation and prayer. You swear you can just fairly see the glint of the pauldron as it slowly sinks down into the blackened depths below. But she, as the force bubble dissipates, she turns and says, Say what?
She says, say what?
Okay.
Say what?
Say what?
Alright, she says, she bows her head and, you have my thanks. I have that put on my old lady voice. You have my thanks.
Thanks are unnecessary. It's one of my duties to see this done properly.
I assure you that the rebels will be punished, although perhaps not as harshly as you would hope. They are still ours after all.
Of course.
But I think at the very least you've earned answers and an opportunity. I will convene a council of all the matron mothers, and you will have a chance to plead your case to all of us. You need not endeavor to convince me of your worth or your duty, the journey you've undertaken. I am on your side. And I suspect that your good deeds will play a fair hand to turning the others as well, but your words will be required to convince them.
Well, for the help you will be providing with us, you have our thanks.
The matron mothers will meet at nightfall. I expect you to be there promptly. We don't want to make a bad impression now, do we?
We will definitely be there.
Very good. You have my thanks, and I will see you at nightfall. And we will end it right there, and we will pick up next week with at nightfall, you pleading your case to the matron mothers, and hopefully finally descending down into the depths of the deep water lake so that you might find the treasure and the terrors that are buried below.